Thank you guys so much for an incredible 2019. We hit 100, then 200,000 subscribers, which I just never thought would happen in 2019. Here we'll be looking at some of the best moments on this channel and some of my friends' channels to celebrate what has been a mother-freaking awesome 2019. Let's go, baby. There's so many gamers out here, man. One of them's gotta have some milk. Look at all those gamers. What the hell? At least one of those gotta be packing calcium. Trust me.
Did you ever do this thing in elementary school where you'd like eat chapstick?
What?
Yeah,
No! Tastes like pool water. Wait, let me try it again. Yo, bro, that tastes like pool water.
May I?
It tastes like I'm drinking pool water.
You're right.
Me and my friends in elementary school would have like chapstick eating contests, like who could finish.
Contest? So you were eating them in bulk. When was this?
4th grade.
4th grade? Seems like we're just gonna have to talk.
A lot of grilling is just waiting, Ted.
Really?
Yeah.
That's kind of a pain in the ass.
I mean,
I'm gonna go around and I'm gonna give business motivation. Would you like some business motivation?
I guess so.
I need you to be a little bit more excited about that.
Yes.
They have really long backs for this to be possible.
I think they might be centaurs.
Dude, what I wouldn't give to be with a centaur, oh my god. I thought this was like a agricultural, I thought this was a farmer's market.
I wish. I really
Well,
do
fuck, what? Cooper, why did you bring me here?
So you could find some milk, dude.
This is, okay, well, this is a gaming convention. All I got is milk in their titties.
Where there's gamers, there's milk. So.
Okay, I guess that's true. You got any gamer milk on you?
In my titties?
Well, I mean, yeah.
No. I haven't lactated in a while.
May I?
No.
May I?
No.
Oh, alright, fine. Well, appreciate it.
What's your favorite type of fruit?
pears. I think they're the most sensual of fruits. Okay.
I like a crisp peach or a crisp green grape.
How big? Grapes
About
or
the size
small
of a
grapes?
testicle.
Okay, like a larger grape.
Yeah, it depends on
Sure.
how big your balls are, I suppose.
There's a kind of an average size, isn't there?
Do you have the info on you, what the average
I
size
mean,
of
no,
a
but I
testicle
can
is?
Google it.
I'm gonna hit you with this.
Why? Ow! I was not expecting you to do that.
I don't want your wares, Ted. Please do not
You
sell
will
me.
buy my wares.
I do not want your wares, Ted.
I am selling cram.
What is cram?
A cram. I am selling multiple clams, very different flavors. Yes, yes. I am selling raspberry cram, berry cram, very berry cram.
Can you tell me what a cram is?
Ah, it's a little mushy substance you put in between your gums. It's not dip, though. Don't think it's dip.
Here's a meme for you guys. See all this thing of white rice? Yeah.
What are you doing with a fridge, Ted?
I got a fucking mini fridge.
Okay. Ted, bring us the fridge.
I'm living it up the only way I know how.
Oh, that's not related to what I said at all. Bring us the fridge, Ted. Well, look how stupid you look now. Now you put the fridge on your desk.
Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad!
It tastes burnt.
It's burnt milk.
Yeah,
It tastes like disappointment and also a abusive father. Fuck you. This deserves this. It's like an innocent guy. He's like, ah, fuck. I'm looking for some milk. You got any milk, dude?
No milk on me.
Well, what the hell?
You asked.
Listen to me.
Okay. What?
You got any milk on you? Listen to me. Hey,
Please stop.
I need some milk.
Please stop. Please stop getting.
Are you gonna tell me where the milk is?
I don't know where the milk is.
Hey, come here.
I do not know where the milk.
Listen, asshole. I'm looking for some milk.
I don't know where it
need
is.
you to show
I
me
can't
where
find
it
the
is.
milk.
Carson, I also found a video I haven't even watched yet, but the title was just
Yeah,
made me
I want to
so
show
enthralled.
Dogman and Barn first.
Oh, okay, but after that we need to watch female Bigfoot force me to have sex.
I just want to talk about...
And there you have it, folks. A perfect gingerbread house. That's not a real gingerbread house!
This guy.
No, don't worry. Oh, shit. He's back. Oh, God. Big lion. Ma! Oh, big lion. Oh, he's so powerful.
Oh, Big Lion, I'm sorry. Oh, fuck. He's so powerful. The strength is Big Lion. That is his overarching arm of Big Lion. Big Lion.
I know.
Oh, wait, how do I zoom out? I can't. I don't. Oh,
Right
God.
click, right click,
Oh,
right click,
fuck.
right click.
Right
Oh,
click.
thank God. He's so fucking powerful.
Give me a hit of this.
Wednesday, my dudes.
Nice.
Look how crazy I am. I ran into my
Ted,
own car.
no. Ted, don't do. Ted, you can break the milk.
I swear I have an explanation for that. I swear I have an explanation. I swear I have an explanation. I swear.
This channel isn't for nerds, guys.
This is nerd
All right,
thing.
there better be 100,000 fucking homies here, or I'm gonna kill Brian. I would never threaten my fans.
Would you like some cram?
I don't want cram. Do you have anything besides
Only
cram?
20 gold coins for one bucket of cram. I sell them by the bucket.
I don't want to buy it.
You will receive cram upon paying me 20 gold coins.
I don't have any gold coins.
Pay the gold coin, you will receive the raspberry, berry, or very berry cram.
Aquafina.
which is glorified tap water, if you ask me. Ted, go ahead and take a sip.
Okay, here we go.
Pretty standard water.
What the fuck is wrong
Kind
with
of
you?
a
24/7 hard work makes you successful. 24/7 texting makes you a pervert.
What?
There you go.
There you go.
Now there's Lucario's putting out some aura. I could take a bite of that. That'd be fine.
I mean,
You want to bet?
Ted,
Should I?
no.
When it rains on Jupiter, it rains diamonds, so that you're educating the children.
What are you
while
talking
they're-
about? I want to be on good terms with your guys' grandmas. Is that a weird thing to say? I feel like it'd be kind of funny if there was a state called Neshoba.
What is that,
Why
Ted?
don't we have a state called Neshoba? That's a fucking funny name.
This sounds
Does
like a
that happen?
Family
How
Guy
would you
joke.
spell it?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Give us Neshoba.
It's just Peter.
Why? Why is it that color?
Looks like ectoplasm.
Oh no.
It looks like cum,
dude.
It does look like.
Let's just fucking do it.
Don't think.
Are you okay?
My brain's shutting down. I can't do this.
Big lion.
He has been trapped. He has been trapped in a box. Fucking shit. Holy shit.
Stop, dude.
Hidden secrets.
So what are they doing in that toilet?
Fucking crossing streams, bro. Combined power, ultimate piss. I'm gonna give this little boy a swig. Remember, water is good for the soul.
Go ahead and taste that water, Ted.
Hey, and remember, shout out to all the waters that came before this water. It tastes like water.
Dude, I'm gonna go across the street if you don't sell me literally anything besides cram.
Not to the mark salesman.
The what salesman?
The mark salesman.
The Mark salesman?
That's the opposite of cram.
I don't know what's happening. You've just created a fake substance. You've made something completely new and you are trying to sell it to me.
You will receive cram upon paying me 20 gold coins.
I've heard that.
Make sure you wash your hands before you do this shit, guys, by the way.
I'm gonna throw you some words, and you're gonna tell me what first comes to mind.
All right.
Beef,
Patty,
hickory,
smoked,
chicken,
bacon,
industry,
menswear,
heat.
fire,
Now you hit me with some.
hat,
Car,
plant,
dog,
pine tree,
eucalyptus,
squirrel.
hit by a car.
Wait a second, guys. Can we just talk for a second about how the toilet paper is directly behind your head? That is the worst possible spot for the toilet paper to be.
Pull it out like you
out with
pull
your
arrows
teeth.
from a quill.
You mean a quiver?
From a quill, are you a fucking hedgehog, Ted?
Well, you guys want hedgehogs?
Get excited to learn.
Screw that, dude! I want to be a millionaire.
Well, you should probably go to school because a lot of the information you learn at school is helpful to.
I don't need friends. Screw friends.
Okay, I don't really know how that's related.
And also, screw women.
You know, I really.
You don't even know a dang thing. Wait, what's 1 + 2, huh? 4.
Carson, can we talk about these weird swingy ballsack monsters?
I sumo wrestled the largest Japanese man in recorded history, and I almost threw up and passed out in the process of doing so. Look, if you guys are new to my channel, then you know that I'm not a stranger to a challenge here or there. I've invented Healy tricks, I've eaten Cheerios with dish soap, and I've learned how to fight like an action star. I've done it all. I'm an influencer. I'm not afraid of anything except for accountability. Okay? So when my buddy Jacob hits me up about sumo wrestling the largest Japanese man in recorded history, I'm gonna say yes. If you don't know about the channel Off Canny, it's basically two guys, Jacob and Trevor, attempting to do professions that they have no qualifications to try in the first place, such as having girlfriends. So the day of this sumo wrestling extravaganza arrives, and me and Jacob show up to this martial arts studio ready to sumo. We meet Andrew, who I believe owns the martial arts studio, and he introduces us to the man of the hour, and I'm gonna fuck up this name, Yamamoto Yama Ryuta.
Here's my friend Yama over here. Yama. He's the heaviest Japanese human being in recorded history.
Oh my god. Or just Yama for short, or Yam Yam. I like to call him Yam Yam. People who are really close with him, we like to call him Yam Yam. That's a lie. I don't call him that. I didn't realize this when I first met him, but apparently Yama is a really big deal in the sumo wrestling community, partly because he's just so large. I'm about 200 pounds. Now take 3 of me, because Yama almost weighs 600 pounds. Also, he was in the John Wick franchise, which makes him the second person that I've been in a YouTube video with that was involved in the John Wick franchise. So Keanu Reeves, you luscious man, you know where to find me. We exchanged kind introductions with Yama, along with learning that the guy's a fan of the Whopper.
Do you like the Whopper from Burger King?
Burger King no Wappo, excuse me.
Yeah.
Then we got to putting on the sumo belts. Putting on these sumo belts was a very strange process. They were wrapping us up tight in those things, like a Christmas present for an impatient child.
Squad.
Oh! Oh. Hey man, that thing is tight on your nuts. It's hugging them for dear life. It was hugging my nuts like it was a soldier about to get drafted into war. And the belt was my pregnant wife, Angela. And it makes sense, honestly, because I'm pretty sure in normal sumo wrestling, that's the only thing that they're wearing. There's a lot of trust in that relationship. After that, we moved on to the stretches that sumo wrestlers do when they're warming up every day. These were a lot harder than I thought they'd be. And maybe a third of the way into doing them, I was already sore. Things got much worse from there. One of the stretches they were teaching us to do was when you were sitting with your legs out and you lean all the way forward. And you see Yama doing it and you think to yourself, oh, that seems like a piece of cake. That seems like a piece of strawberry shortcake ice cream. No problem, my guy. Wrong. You are wrong. You're sitting there in your chair or on your bed or on your couch and you're wrong and you should feel ashamed. What I did not expect to happen was for Yama to come up behind me and start pushing me further into the stretch. Up until this point, I wasn't lying about my flexibility. It's not like I'm this closeted contortionist that's just hiding his incredible flexibility like some sort of circus-themed Clark Kent. I'm doing the best I can. Nevertheless, I was getting pushed into this stretch and it was getting very painful, very fast. Just take a look at this clip here.
Oh my goodness.
Now I'm gonna be completely clear with you guys, all right? As clear as a freshwater lake in Norway. I'm gonna be crystal. I'm gonna keep it $1.50 with y'all. This was probably the most pain that I had experienced in probably the last 2 to 3 years. The last time I can remember I was in this much pain was when a metal door swung onto my ring finger, right on the nail. And I honestly couldn't tell you which one was worse. I felt like a piece of chewing gum where you take it out of your mouth and you stretch it until it almost snaps. Except that I'm not a piece of chewing gum. I'm a human, and I'm pretty sure we have rights. Here's the kicker though. I might be in an immense amount of pain, but I'm not gonna just start screaming stop. I'm an entertainer. And unfortunately, in this situation, the show must go on. I don't wanna ruin this video for Jacob. I gotta keep the funny juices flowing. I'm not turning off the funny juice valve. It's gotta flow. So this is exclusive footage that contains a combination of me being in an intense amount of pain while also trying to play it off as being not that bad. After that, I was told by Andrew that I should be lucky that it was that tame.
Ted, you're a very fortunate guy because in pro sumo, if you joined and you were like this and you couldn't do it, they would have a guy his size actually like get on top of you on your back and rip your tendons so that you could be in that position, and you'd spend weeks or months like healing up your tendons.
Oh, thank God that Yama, the largest Japanese man in recorded history, didn't get on top of me and snap my ligaments so I was bedridden for 4 months just praying that I could walk again. What a joy! Cheers. Cheers, everyone. No snapped ligaments. A lucky day. So the first stage of the actual sumo wrestling, we did some initial sparring against Andrew. Jacob went first, and I personally think that he did all right. And then I went next, and I was surprised to hear from Andrew and Yama that I actually did pretty well.
Nice, 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 nice.
Oh, nice.
Okay, so you did really well. He said that was amazing. No offense, but wow, you brought a ringer here.
I don't know what allows me to be generally good at physical things because I don't really go to the gym and I haven't played a sport since 2014. I think it's partly because how my body's built. You know, I got leverage everywhere. But even though I did well, I for sure made my first mistake in these initial sparring sessions because I went way too hard. And after them, I was already exhausted, which was the beginning of the problems that I began to run into. So I began to do some sparring with Jacob, but every so often there would be some sort of technicality right at the end of the match where they can't tell who won, and we'd have to do the match again. And keep in mind, after every new match we do, I was getting increasingly more exhausted. I started feeling dizzy. If any of you guys have done a sport growing up, you may have experienced this type of dizziness, such as if you ever played basketball and somebody on your team was being a fuck ass and then the coach made you guys do suicides. That's the name of the exercise. They're called suicides, which is quite literally sprinting back and forth across the court for like 10 minutes, maybe 15. Depends on how mad the coach is. So I'm dizzy. I'm feeling like a piece of shit, but the show must go on. So after the occasional 5 to 10 minute breaks and slugging down water bottles, I just kept getting up and doing it. And part of the reason for this is because Andrew and Yama just kept hyping me up.
Oh, it's nice. I was so impressed. Very few guys have the attack, the balance, the sense that Ted does. Seriously, I'm not even, I had to really, I've been doing it for many years, and I had to really be careful. He almost had me a couple times. Yama said, if you practice with us here for 3 months, we're only practicing on the weekend. 3 months, you're gonna be really strong. You might have a chance of becoming the next champion.
Yes.
Hey.
So now I'm like, fuck, I gotta live up to this prophecy of me being the next great American sumo wrestler. I felt like I was gonna let the sumo community down, and I've only been a part of it for like an hour. So I did my final technical rematch with Jacob, and I won. I won the match. Easy. I can rest for a second. No, because Jacob had won one as well, so we had to do a final match to determine who the true sumo wrestler was. And at that point, I just had to sit down. My vision was getting blurry. The fear of actually throwing up was becoming quite real.
I feel like I'm gonna pass out right now. Oh. Maybe even throw up. Yummy.
And I'm just sitting there thinking, this is the video that I get to do with Off Canny. Schlatt did a video with Off Canny, and he got to quite literally dress up as a king and shoot people with an airsoft gun. And here I am rolling around in a musty martial arts studio looking quite similar to Violet Beauregard from fucking Willy Wonka, except dessert this time was not a blueberry pie, it was a raspberry pie. And I don't think that people who saw this video realized what sort of state I was in, because I'm scrolling through TikTok the other day and I find this. There are these crazily edited fan cams, but what they don't realize is that in these shots, I'm at the end of my fucking rope, man. I'm like about to pass out. And they're making TikToks with a SpongeBob clip where a character is saying,
handsome.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I got nothing against fan cams, but of all of the moments that you could choose, truly chose me at my lowest. Finally, ladies and germs, we got to the end of the experience where we had an opportunity to sumo wrestle with Yama himself. Jacob had already gone and he got himself like thrown in the air, and now it was my turn to go up against the final boss. I pulled together all of my strength that I had left for my final match with Yama because I was like, I'm here, I'm already dead, and this is probably the only opportunity I'm gonna have to do something like this. I looked to the bathroom, thinking of the possibility of me throwing up literally everything in my stomach. It was kind of like that one scene in Avengers Endgame when Iron Man was looking at Doctor Strange, wondering if this was the timeline they beat Thanos. This is the one timeline. This is the one timeline that I would not throw up. So I went into it.
Holy crap, you're a unreasonably large human being!
It was like pushing a boulder. I could barely move this man. I felt like a third grader getting the shit kicked out of me by sixth graders for lunch money. There was no chance. So obviously I lost. But at the end of it all, the prophecy did not end because I got the greatest hype up from Andrew and Yama.
He said you're really powerful.
Thank you.
Both of you really practice seriously. You probably could each be US champions.
Wow. If YouTube doesn't work out, guys, I'm going into sumo wrestling. As tired and miserable as I was, I wouldn't change it for the world. It was a very, very fun video to do. It came out excellent, so if you want to see the full video, you should absolutely check out the Off Canny channel. And I thought it'd be cool to tell you guys my firsthand experience of what that was like. All right. That's it. Before I let you guys go, I got to talk about today's sponsor for this video, which is Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community that gives you access to thousands of classes for creative or just plain curious people where you can explore new skills or just develop your existing interests. For instance, if you haven't already noticed, I've been trying to post more YouTube videos more frequently. This is in fact my job, and I've been trying to take the opportunity I have here a little bit more seriously. So with that in mind, I chose to check out the class Productivity for Creatives, Build a System That Brings Out Your Best with teacher Thomas Frank. And I've genuinely been enjoying it. I know that this is a sponsor, but this is me off the books saying that this has actually been helpful for me. This class in particular helped me sort of try to reorganize my relationship with being a creative, such as actually having a schedule for the first time in my damn life. The entire platform is curated specifically for the purpose of learning, so there's no freaking ads, and they're always releasing new classes. When you join Skillshare, you can try one of their live classes, and through that, experience real-time inspiration as you watch and work alongside other members. The first 1,000 of you guys to click the link in the description will get a 1-month free trial of Skillshare, so you can start exploring your creativity today. Hey, thanks for watching the sponsored part. Appreciate you. All right, thanks for coming by. Appreciate hanging out with you, parasocially.
Oh yeah! What's up? It's the holiday season. Everybody knows the drill. Okay, the mainstream media says it's the holidays, guys. The mainstream media wants you to buy presents for everyone. It's a capitalist scheme. Everybody knows what happens this time of the year. A species of gingerbread man called the Chimichanga Boys will arise from the Earth's mantle in order to mate. This only happens every 10 years, but I think people have the timeline wrong. People seem to be wanting to make gingerbread houses every single year in order to house these creatures, but in reality, it only needs to happen in 2019. The next time we'll be doing it is 2029. This is an example right here of a gingerbread house making kit. There we go. Gotta get that on there. And there you have it, folks. A perfect gingerbread house. That's not a real gingerbread house! So join me as we make a gingerbread house from scratch. I've got an
issue with the mainstream format of gingerbread houses, okay? Even this recipe that I've got here from the Food Network, it calls for this really idealistic view of a household. But a lot of the time that's not the case. Many houses are abandoned or they're foreclosed. I'm gonna make a foreclosed and abandoned gingerbread house. So let's go over the ingredients for the gingerbread. 1 stick of butter at room temperature. Always use Kerrygold or you're dead to me. Half a cup of dark brown sugar. 1/4 a cup of light molasses. Tablespoon of ground cinnamon. A tablespoon of ground cloves. I have no idea what these are. 1 teaspoon of baking soda, baby. 2 cups all-purpose flour. And then 2 tablespoons of water. In a large mixing bowl, cream the butter, brown sugar, molasses, cinnamon, ginger, cloves, and baking soda together until the mixture is smooth. Then we blend in the flour and water to make a stiff dough. Stiff dough. We're gonna make a stiffy. That's boner in British. Let's do it. I need to get a bowl. This should work, or allegedly. Okay, so we've got to cream the butter in. Last time I creamed butter, I apparently did it wrong. I need to turn this butter to liquid. Apparently, you're not supposed to melt the butter in a microwave, which, you know, it kind of makes sense in hindsight. There it is. Oh. Brown sugar. Oh, nice. Why does it look like that? 4 tablespoons of fucking molasses. That looks like oil. Ground ginger. Yum, yum, yum. Those of you who don't know, ginger is actually a root. 1.5 teaspoons ground cloves. No! Shit! This is not ground cloves, this is whole cloves! Fuck! This is like devil sperm. Can I grind it up, maybe? This is gonna be my mortar, and this is gonna be my pestle, as in the back of this fucking knife. I don't know what I'm doing. This should show the fact that I'm currently grinding up ground cloves with the back of a knife. This is just because I'm too lazy to go to the grocery store. This is the worst. That's barely one. Fuck. Screw it. Alright, we're moving on. 1 teaspoon baking soda. All right, that's in there. We've got to cream it. I don't have a fucking whisk. We're gonna use a fork. 2 cups all-purpose flour. Oh yeah, boing. 2 tablespoons water. 1, 2. And now I gotta mix this until it becomes a dough. Let's see how that goes. I'm just gonna I think that this is a dough. That's gotta be dough. It's time to fuck shit up. This has been chilling for 30 minutes, this dough boy. We gotta roll it out. Oh, I need to cut out pieces of paper for the gingerbread house template. All I have is lined paper. This seems like it actually might not go how any of us planned for it to go. I'm just gonna build it the way I want to. There's all these rules, and I think that it's just a load of shit. Fucking hell. Make sure you preheat the oven to 375 degrees before you make the cookies. I'm gonna sprinkle a bunch of flour on here. I'm gonna cut this out like that. FYI, this is not what it's telling me to do in the directions. Oh. No! It's debatable on whether or not this stuff is going to hold its shape. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do very good architecture here. Oh, this sucks. Oh, this is gonna be really bad. There's the pieces of the ginger house. Looks like it's gonna look pretty good. This is gonna be so fucking awesome. Nothing about what I have going on here could go wrong. This stuff is just about ready to go in the oven, so I guess we're just gonna have to fucking hope for the best. So I'm gonna put this in the oven now. Sweet. As if things could get any worse. I burnt most of it, but it's okay. It's fine. We're chilling, and we're gonna rise above this. Let me show you the little garnishes I have ready to go. These chocolate things, spice drops, cotton candy for snow, peppermint things. I think we're ready to go. Oh, fuck. I don't know why everybody's so worried. Stop being worried. FYI, this video is now in architect mode. That's right, folks. We're building ourselves our perfect gingerbread house. First of all, I need to get the frosting in one of these bags. We gotta assemble the house. I'm gonna try to make this a little bit flatter. With scissors. I'm gonna try to assemble it. No! After all this, I'm starting to understand why people buy the kits. Hey! No! 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 This icing isn't drying. It's supposed to dry. Come on, please. You don't know what's at stake here. My reputation. Please. It manages to stay up a little bit. And maybe if I just keep adding icing to it, that'll solve any issues I run into. We're just gonna keep going and then hope that by some act of God, this thing stays to... No, here's the thing though, guys. I never said I was good at making gingerbread houses. And that also stems from the fact that I've never made one before. Oh, no, no! It's really not staying together, so I'm just gonna keep gluing it. Why don't I glue on the inside too? I wonder how long I have to wait for this to dry. I'm gonna leave this alone for like 20 minutes. And I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna see if it's dried. And if it is, then we'll know that this recipe works. And if it doesn't, then that means that we've made a grave mistake. So we're just gonna take these off. Okay, it has structure now. So now all we gotta do is put the roof on, I guess. Just stay on, you ass. Hey! And now all we gotta do is just put the other part of the roof on, right? Okay! No, just stay on. Okay, guys. I mean, that looks pretty good. Now let's make the roofing. We've got the garnishes now. I'm just adding these little peppermint guys on the top here. The tiling is sliding. It's sliding down the roof. No. Gumdrops. I gotta put the gumdrops on. I got little time, very little time. No, stay together. I feel kind of crap. No! Stay, please, just stay on. Oh, no! It was there for a moment, and it was beautiful. Oh, please, no. There it is. It's fixed. No, it's not. Please just stay together. Boom, it's complete. Fuck. I gotta add the last part to it before it falls apart. That's the cotton candy snow. I wanted to put snow on top because it was winter. Quickly. No, no. Fuck! I've got an idea. We put this here, then we put this here. We've got what looks very similar to an abandoned home. That looks pretty good. This, my friends, looks like a gingerbread house. There's no doors, and there's no windows. This is indicative of the 2008 housing crisis. And you know, at the end of the day, I'd say that this is a win. This is the product of American ingenuity, and you can't take that away from me. You can't. Thanks so much for joining me on this video on how to make a gingerbread house from scratch. I hope you learned something, because I sure did not. Leave me a comment, let me know what you think.
Is it just pure pain now? That's what you hate to hear.
Goodness gravy, I've got a story for you guys today. Listen, in the pursuit of life, sometimes we run into bumps along the road. The bumps vary in size and severity. Sometimes it's a little tiny pebble in the road, and sometimes it's a giant fucking boulder, like, for instance, if you were hiking and you got hit by a giant fucking boulder. We're doing our best, alright? And sometimes things don't work out the way we would prefer. Today is one of those little interesting conundrums that we run into every now and then in our lives, and it happened to me. I ran into a bit of an issue. So sit back, relax, and let's talk about how I once accidentally drugged myself with the largest edible I've ever eaten. Last February, before all the coronavirus garbage happened, I traveled to Los Angeles for spring break. And one of the things that I had to do was I had to sign a shit ton of posters for U2s. There was probably more than 3,000 posters that I had to sign, and the posters were being kept at the house that the Misfits YouTube group were staying at in LA. Carson was there, Schlatt was there, Cooper was there. We were all just trying to like sign all of these posters as fast as we could because there's so many of them, and it was taking us literally hours to do. At this point, there was maybe about 5 or 6 people in the house at this time. And that's because at that point, the whole main Misfits crew had gone out to dinner somewhere. I don't know if you know this about the Misfits in general, but they smoke a lot of weed. Every trip they do, they probably spend a couple $1,000s on weed, okay? They smoke the Mary Jane. They do the weed. In order to make the process of signing these posters go a little bit smoother, I had smoked like half a joint of weed, so I was already decently high because I hadn't smoked in a while either. Signing away, crossing my I's, dotting my T's. However, my personal reaction to weed is that I get the munchies. I get the munchies pretty hard. I smoke a little bit of the marijuana, and then I say, oh, I'm gonna eat an entire sleeve of club crackers with no cheese because gluttony. I had originally planned to go to dinner with my girlfriend and her father, so I was trying to wean off of the high and just kind of sign the posters and wait until it kind of wore off, and then I would go and do that. One of the things that they had at this house was they had a giant counter in which a bunch of snacks were all laid out. There was chips, there was more chips. There was, I think, pizza. I don't fucking remember. As I look across this horizon of bountiful snacks, I see a Nerds rope. And my munchie brain is like, oh. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I remember Nerds Rope. I haven't had Nerds Rope in fucking forever, dude. I'm thinking back to my childhood where we would go to a campground in Maine and I would waddle on down to the snack shack and grab myself a Nerds Rope, and before eating it, considering its potential applications as nunchucks or trying to tie a knot with it. But then realizing, I'm a kid. I don't know how to tie knots, and my prefrontal lobe won't even be done cooking for another 20 years, so what's even the point? Give me a slush puppy, give me a Game Boy SP, let's fuck it up.
But Lord have mercy, did I learn in this moment I no longer was a child, but a man.
A man who experiences consequence in the worst way possible. So I'm signing more posters, you know, I'm cruising, I'm having a great time, alright? Nerds Rope tastes a bit strange, but that could also be my perception that I have of being already high, and it kind of, if you've ever been high before, it kind of messes with your perception of taste a little bit. It was like drinking a Diet Coke versus a normal Coke, where there's like, you know, there's something there. There's something there. But I don't fully process why it tastes different. So I finish the Nerds Rope. And then I go to have another Nerds Rope because I'm high and have the munchies. As I'm biting into the next Nerds Rope, one of the Misfits guys says, "Ted, don't eat those. Those are edibles." Sorry. I must have heard you wrong. Excuse? Yeah, Ted, that's an edible. So I say, no fucking way. How much was it? And he says, I think it might be like 60 milligrams. What? 60 milligrams? To give you context, the largest edible I'd had up until this point in my life was 20 milligrams. So of course I ask, are you sure? One of the guys walks over to the counter and picks up the package of the Nerds Rope, and with the most "you are fucked" face I've ever seen in a person, he says, it's actually 400 milligrams. Now remember, I've already freaked out when I heard that it was a 50 milligram edible, and I've just been told that it is actually 8 times that amount. So you may be asking yourself, Ted, how the fuck did you not know that that was an edible? And that's a good question. Let's start with the packaging. That's the packaging. It uses the same packaging as the actual branded Nerds Rope. It's got a thing that says tear and share, as if it's just a normal candy. In hindsight, that's very much so implying, for a good reason, that you really should be sharing it and not eating it entirely on your own. If you're not really paying attention, and it's been like 8 years since you've had a Nerds Rope, this is pretty easy to mistake for a Nerds Rope. In addition to that, there was a very specific and deceptive way that everything was laid out as snacks in the Misfits house. And I'll just let Swagger Souls explain that for me.
There was a very reasonable way, like we set it up, because the Nerds Rope was an edible. It was a 400 milligram edible, and he didn't read the packaging. But we have, on that bench, it's a big-ass bench, it's snacks and food, chips, Pringles, gummy bears, all that shit.
Munchies.
And then there's weed food, which is edibles, in between that and the weed, which makes sense.
Like a spectrum.
Yeah, like a spectrum.
Progressively
But
dangerous as you go
Yes.
along.
that's the thing, is that it would make more sense to kind of put the weed food away so that you don't confuse the
Confuse it
food
with
with
the
the weed.
actual food.
Which is
I'm
what
so-
happened
Which
to
is
poor
what
Ted.
happened to Ted. He was tripping
Amazing.
balls.
If you've ever been in a car crash, even if it's not your fault, there's a certain feeling after it immediately happens. It's this mind-racing feeling when you have absolutely no idea what to do, but you also know that something has to be done or you're fucked. AKA panic. So at this point, I begin to freak out for 3 reasons. First of all, I didn't know if I was personally prepared mentally to get as high as I was about to get. Second of all, I had made plans for dinner with my girlfriend and her father that night, and I definitely won't be making it. And I'm pretty sure she's gonna be a little bit pissed. And the third reason, I hadn't smoked weed in 2 months, which meant that my tolerance was rock bottom. I like to explain this with what I like to call the skyscraper analogy. Right here we have the tolerance skyscraper, which represents my tolerance to marijuana. Let's just say that whenever I smoke weed, I start at the ground floor in the lobby. If my tolerance were higher, then maybe I'd go a couple stories up to the mid-level apartments. That's where all the stoner kids from high school hang out. And they're all pretty high up there, but it's nothing really to be worried about. You're probably couch locked, but you'll be fine. With my tolerance at 0 though, I knew in my heart and my soul that I was going all the way up to Cheech and Chong's fucking penthouse as an unwilling and unexpected guest for an undetermined amount of time. As things stand right now, I don't even live in the building. I'm from out of town and I sometimes commute into the city. Oh, it's a Friday night. Oh, we should go get drinks in the city. That's what I'm operating on. I know that I'm on a timer. Most edibles take about 45 minutes to an hour before they kick in. But I know that I've taken this edible about 10 to 15 minutes prior, which means, math, I've got about 45 minutes before this edible hits me and I die. Although other things can affect this, such as being on an empty stomach, which I was. My first thought was that I need to make myself throw up, because if I can get rid of as much of this edible as possible, I could potentially mitigate the level of inebriation that I was about to experience. So I stumble over to the bathroom and I start to gag, and I'm trying to make myself throw up, but I've never made myself throw up before. I don't know how to do it. So the next step is that I got Carson on his phone looking up how-tos on WikiHow on how to make myself throw up, and then Cooper's in the kitchen and he's making cups of salt water for me to chug, because apparently if you chug salt water it helps with the throwing up process. I'm not sure how true that was. It just ended up with me just throwing up a bunch of pinkish salt water. So I can't speak for its effectiveness, but there you go. And I'm pretty sure since the Nerds Rope was sort of a candy, sugar-based food, it was really easy for my stomach to digest it really fast. So I'm pretty sure if I hadn't thrown it up within maybe 5 minutes, there really wasn't that much that I could do from there. So by the time I was done throwing up, some food that we had ordered earlier arrived, and Cooper basically advised me that the best thing that I could really do for myself would be to just fill my now completely empty stomach. From this point on, all I could really do was, buckle up, strap in, and get ready for the fucking high of a lifetime. God bless my soul. So I'm going to give you guys a walkthrough of what this high was like. It wasn't fun. I also have some video footage that Cooper took, so link to his channel in the description. Once I kind of came to terms with the fact that I was going to have to ride out this high no matter what, I decided to give myself a home base. Just somewhere where I could ground myself and not really need to worry about moving around or anything. I found myself a nice armchair, and I sat myself down there and prepared for the ride of a lifetime. The first thing that happened was a classic weed symptom, which is cotton mouth, which is when your mouth gets really, really dry. So I was pretty much just constantly drinking water. I remember starting to get colder. And the Misfits, they had a room where they just had a bunch of extra merch laid out where they could just give that to friends and stuff while they were in LA. And I kind of just walked in there and just threw on one of the sweatshirts and then just went back to my home base and sat down. And I was wondering for myself if that cold symptom that I was experiencing was real. I did research on the symptoms that I was experiencing, and this was something that actually happens. Informally, it's referred to as weed chills. The THC literally lowered my internal body temperature, so I actually was getting cold. Another thing that happened, and I think this also might have been a symptom of being cold, but I started getting shaky. And it's really funny the way that I described that when I was high, and I actually have video footage of that right here.
Welcome back to the vlog. It's gotten worse, friends. It's been about 45 minutes since last, and this is fucking bad.
Ted, I think you need another stick of butter.
I feel like my entire body feels like rubber bands.
Pretty much after that point was when things started to get, they started to get bad.
Fuck.
The shaking was also the reason why in the video you can see me clasping my hands together, because I was literally like shaking so much that I had to hold my hands together really tightly and keep my body really tight and close so I could be in like a comfortable state. And then I get into what is called the painful zone, or the first level of weed hell. Pretty much any position that I was sitting in felt painful.
It fucking touching shit and feeling the world around me feels bad.
Damn.
And uncomfortable.
Don't do too much weed.
I hate this.
I was in the Pain Hotel, and I was its only guest. Any surface that I touched, whether it be the arms of my chair, putting my hands on my knees, anything like that just felt bad. And what I think I would attribute that to is just being so high. My sense of touch was just so elevated that my brain was just overloaded or something. Most of the time I was just trying to like breathe deeply and kind of maintain my composure. But whenever Cooper would turn the camera on me and he would start recording, I would sort of like try to elevate my attitude and try to seem as cheery as possible, because I didn't really want to seem like an idiot high stoner on camera, you know? At a certain point I had to move my home base because it was too disorienting to be sitting straight up. I had to go and get fucking horizontal, baby. And I pretty much had to make a mental agreement with myself just to survive.
Sam's wearing the fucking Lost boots.
Is it just pure pain now? Oh, that's what you hate to hear.
It was during this time of unbearable dizziness that my good friend Schlatt decided to use a fucking handheld massager on me.
You are a criminal for trying to do that shit to me right now. That is,
I'm just getting the lactic acid flowing.
You can't do
I just want to get the juices flowing.
Fucking high.
I just want to get the juices flowing.
That's gonna turn me into like another
Ted, if you please.
organism.
If you please.
I will fucking jujitsu you, bitch.
Ted, what's the update? What's the status?
DEFCON 1.
Oh no.
Do you see my attitude there?
I wonder why I wouldn't like that.
A rapidly moving massager. If you want a lesson on what not to do to someone when they're high, that really takes the cake. Eventually, the fateful moment happens. I had a weed barf. I honestly think it was really just because of how dizzy I was getting from being high. And luckily for me, I had a whole sandwich about an hour ago. I literally had to run across the entire room and just run into the bathroom and throw up. After I threw up though, that's pretty much where the high took the downturn though. It was cleansing. It was a cleansing barf. Yeah, it was detoxifying. I went to go eat some Skittles, but without even knowing I was on camera, I went around to people and not trusting my own ability to determine this, I asked them if the Skittles were edibles or not.
Jack, everybody knows these are normal Skittles, right? Yeah. Normal Skittles.
You don't get edibles in that big of a quantity, bro.
I ate the edible at about 6:30 p.m. that day, and I stayed awake all the way until about 4 a.m. that night. I woke up at about 9 a.m. and I was still very high, but I was definitely a manageable amount of high. What struck me though was I was high for the entire next day. I went to bed that night high. So in total, after eating a 400 milligram edible, I was high for about, 26 hours. If there's one thing you guys shouldn't take away from this is like any anti-weed sentiment from this video. I think weed is a perfectly healthy drug to use recreationally. But weed, like everything else, follows the rule that too much of anything is definitely a bad thing. Obviously, only consume weed in a state in which it's legal and if you're of age. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Let me know if you want more stories from my life. I don't really know how many stories I have to tell. This is like the second one I've ever told on this channel. But I hope you learned a thing or two. And if there's one thing you should take away from this, it's this. Weed is for sinners, and I'm going to hell.
Ted accidentally took 400 milligrams of edibles.
Fuck.
Yes. Oh, hello. You scared the shit out of me. How did you get into my home? Wow, it's no matter. I'm just reading up on the world of shamanism while enjoying a nice warm glass of milk. The history of milk is a funny one, I'll give you that, but the historiography on the real, true history of milk is something that's been a bit lackluster over the years. The historians in charge of that should lose their homes, their jobs, and their children if they have them. Maybe move to a private island. You suck. I've been doing a little bit of research on the history of milk, and what I found I was completely horrified by. I mean, most of the history on milk is either categorically wrong or just missing completely. That's why I think it's time that we get a little bit of a refresher on the history and the mystery of For the majority of our 150,000-year history, humans have not been able to drink milk. Children can drink milk, but at about 6 or 7 years old we lose the enzyme lactase, which allows us to break down the sugars in milk called lactose. That's a real fact. I'm not lying to you. If some dumb, stupid Neolithic fool tried to get a glass of the good stuff at 12,000 BC, you'd get barfing, bloating, oh no, diarrhea. Maybe explosive, needs more research. It's generally agreed upon that dairying started about 10,000 years ago, right around the same time that we started domestifying the animals, which is the cows and the sheep and the pigs, and making chihuahuas. If we didn't start domesticating animals 10,000 years ago, we wouldn't have critically acclaimed film Beverly Hills Chihuahua starring Hollywood sweetheart George Lopez, okay? That's a win. Okay, picture this. Basically, one Neolithic shepherd saw a baby cow nursing from his mom, and he said something along the lines of, I mean, can you blame a man for shooting a shot with the titty of a cow? I mean, okay, yeah, but, oh, alright. And for a while we only made cheese and yogurt and kefir. I don't really know how to describe what kefir is other than it's like Danimals. It's Danimals. But something happened 7,000 macaroons ago, and that was milk is on the freaking menu, baby. We got a gene that allowed us to drink milk, and man, the people who had that gene were surviving way better than anyone else, okay? You see, milk is a complete food, which means it has all the nutrients that we would need to survive off of it exclusively. Meaning that I could start a country where everyone would have to drink milk as the only food, and I wouldn't incur any human rights violations. That's a win in my book. Next thing you know, 80% of the Middle East and Europe have this gene, which explains this map here, Weatherman mode, that shows the prevalence of lactose intolerant in our modern times. I mean, read it and weep, Samantha. Unfortunately for us, this is where all of the accurate information on the history of milk ends. Meaning that I need to fill in the blanks. Now, the way that the milk industry worked for a good while was that there was these small farms that would make milk pretty much for themselves and then sell the rest to the local town or milk dealer. I don't fucking know. The first real milk industry tycoon was none other than American colonist Shimshaw Creamtime. And okay, I know, ridiculous name, but everyone had ridiculous names back then, and don't you fucking dare Google that, you listen to me. He ran a farm based in Utica, New York, and one day he discovered that one of his cows was actually the largest cow ever recorded in history.
A mega cow, one might say. Its name was Charles. Now, Charles was able to produce more milk than the cumulative output of every other cow on Shimshon's farm, and also every other cow in the county, which is a lot of fucking milk. It's an absurd amount of milk, actually. If you'll take a look at this graph here, that's how much the average cow produces per day, and this is how much fucking Charles produces in a day. What the fuck? What is going on there? We're talking scary amounts of dairy here, okay? And I'm not rhyming with jest. I am rhyming with fear. With all this extra profit from milk sales, Creamtime was able to purchase all of the surrounding farms in the area to make one new dairy company under the name Creamtime's Creamtime. Bad name, I know, but I don't write the history here. So, you know, don't shoot the messenger. Am I right? Let's move on. Trust me when I say Creamtime was having a good time with his new business, all right? He was sending it to the Taj Mahal. He was sending it to the princess's house. He was sending it to Phil. Phil's a good guy. He deserves a glass of the good stuff every now and then, all right? What can I tell you? Welcome to the wise guys. Now, at the time, about 80% of the drink market was taken up by the water industry. So obviously the executives at the water industry businessmen in colonial America, also known as Wabika, had a bit of a problem with this. So I mean, that's what led to the war. One of the most influential members of Wabika was none other than Carlos Fiji, and you might recognize that last name because he's actually the founder of Fiji Water, which coincidentally was not founded in Fiji, but rather a shed in Worcester, Massachusetts, because it's shed water. Carlos was running one of the most successful water shipment businesses in all of the Northeast, leading him to being one of the richest men in colonial America. This is who Bernie was talking about, guys. Carlos essentially waged a very physical trade war against Creamtime, where he planned to destroy all of his milk farms and viciously slaughter Charles, which would essentially put Creamtime's business and the milk industry down the drain. Utilizing his massive amounts of money, Fiji hired an army of what we will be referring to now as water mercenaries, which actually were the same Hessian mercenaries that fought at the Battle of Trenton, but that's another story for another war. Upon hearing of this war waged against his creamy good time, Creamtime decided to call upon none other than the Sons of Liberty, baby. Specifically, Hercules Mulligan. Hercules Mulligan actually knew a guy that they had been considering for a war. They weren't sure if they were actually going to have to fight it, but you know, his name is George Washington. Yeah, George Washington fought in the Milk War of 1775. You're welcome, all right? Okay, hear me out. Washington, with his military expertise and plethora of knowledge, hatched a plan. What was that plan? I'm about to fucking tell you. Can you not ask me questions while I'm doing a presentation? A uniform for all of the soldiers to wear so they could simultaneously help Creamtime deliver milk while also being able to spring into battle whenever needed. Boom, a milkman uniform. What's up, dude? Thanks for coming. This is how they won the war. This was the uniform of the Milkman Legion. In addition, they also donned a very famous milkman hat, which had a very wide interior, which allowed them to store more bullets to fight in battle, because they're milkman soldiers. It was an ammo bag. That's what it was all along. Eventually, the Milkman Legion prevailed against Carlos Fiji and his water mercenaries, and they burned his house down and they tarred and feathered him. And I think they also killed his family. The Milkman uniform became a widely respected symbol of the prevailing of small business against evil large corporations. One cannot talk about the history of milk without first touching on the event that was appropriately named the corruption of the golden cow that occurred in World War II. Essentially what was going on was the German army had been researching specific artifacts of power in order to gain themselves a footing in the war. Through their research, they discovered the ancient Egyptian tomb of the golden cow, said to contain the most powerful dairy known to man. Legend has it that if you were to drink the milk from the golden cow, you would gain the powers of God itself, which is a little OP, I'm gonna be honest, and also a cow. Why would you do, whose plan was that? What even is the purpose of having a cow like this? One of the officers that was part of this research team, Friedrich, literally a Nazi, was obsessed with gaining this power for the German army. Let me break it down for you. Friedrich, literally a Nazi, that's his name. He goes into the tomb. Dumb move. Next thing, he finds the golden cow's milk. Wow, look at that, it's the golden cow's milk. Next step, he touches it. Hell portal. We don't like Friedrich, literally a Nazi, all right? Because he kind of fucked things for a little bit, okay? There was rainstorms. There was locusts
more than normal locusts. And this wasn't just any normal hell portal. This was a class 6 hell portal, all right? Which means you've got big guys, little crunchy men, big, tall rhinos with axes and giant swords that can speak in Latin. Hello? Demons, Doot boys, crazy werewolves. You've got slugs with lasers. You've got evil Phil. You've got storks, but with no beak, and instead it's a Gatling gun. And a couple bonus ones you probably don't know. You got big lights with no off switch, little kids that are just a fucking nuisance, and you've got at least 15 to 20 Karens, but except they have knives, which doubles the danger there. And big buckets of dynamite. It was only until a separate stealth team of milkmen were able to perform the Sacrament of Dairy on the Hell Portal in order to close it. This eventually placed the Milkman Legion on the front lines of World War II, fighting the Germans and eventually taking Berlin. Because of this mission, President Dwight D. Eisenhower decided to give the Medal of Honor to the squad leader of the Milkman Legion, Peyton Manning. This event was probably the most monumental thing that has happened to the milk industry in its history, of course, until 40 years later with the robot cow uprising. So, the year was 1984, and famous robotics and genetics trailblazer Greg Lil Ratman was trying to develop a breed of cow that would be able to produce a similar amount of milk to that of the famous mega cow, Charles. Utilizing his unique understanding of robotics and genetics, Lil Ratman was able to develop a cyber mega cow. A breed of cyborg cow with advanced intelligence that was able to decide for itself the amount of proper nutrients in order to maximize milk production. I mean, the thing is about these kind of things is that they never go well, right? Why would you give advanced intelligence to a cow, all right? We've been taking advantage of them for 10,000 fucking years. Oh, nice one, dude. I think you can kind of see where this is going. But it didn't go well. So Greg's dead. One of the cows learned to develop itself laser vision. So that was a problem, I suppose. Yeah, it was an issue. Okay, this is where things get a little bit ridiculous, so bear with me here. What else are you gonna do as a vengeful robot cow in 1984? Well, of course, you're going to exacerbate the tensions between Russia and the USA. The cows used their advanced intelligence to hack into Russian missile silos. You know, nuclear war would be now a possibility here, okay? Overall, an event second only to the Cuban Missile Crisis. So pretty good for cows caused quite a problem. However, thanks to the top secret agents at Cream Time Intelligence Agency, they were able to take down the cyber mega cow for good. So here we are, present day. You know, where the hell am I? Where the hell's my car? Oh, this. Everything that you've ever known about hamburgers is wrong. We all know what hamburgers are, the iconic beefy patty with cheese and toppings and sandwiched in between two buns. And we've come to love the corporations that sell them, like McDonald's with their Big Mac and nostalgic children's play place, of which half of our parents wouldn't even let us go on because they thought we'd start licking the slide and catch syphilis. But that is a highly disputed topic in the historical culinariography world, with many thinking that it was invented around the beginning of the 20th century. However, that's what the average historian wants you to think, and trust me, I ain't that guy. To find the true origins of the hamburger, we have to travel much further back in time, all the way back to... This is gonna take forever. There we go, 2.6 million years ago, I'm not even joking. The discovery of toolmaking was a major milestone in human history, transitioning our ancestors from little beta weirdos gathering berries to alpha male hunters and craftsmen. We started making things that sting. These were basic tools like hammerstones for skull breaking or sharpstone flakes for cutting, but it allowed them to hunt and process the meat of the animals they encountered. And later on, with the discovery of fire, they were able to utilize these tools to cut up the meat and then form them into patties that closely resembled
resemble the hamburger patties of today. So how did they cook these patties over the fire? Well, they required a specialized tool. There is an extensive classified archaeological record in the Smithsonian Archives. Don't ask me how I got access to this. That contains up to 25 highly preserved artifacts of what scholars believe to be the ancient equivalent of the burger flipping spatula of today. Beyond that, fossilized meat patties have been discovered in ancient caves in Europe, Africa, and Asia. And these fossils provide us with a rare glimpse into the meat composition of these early hamburgers, including those from large herbivores such as mammoth and bison. These caves also contain other groundbreaking archaeological finds, such as these cave paintings found that depict people eating burgers, giving us an idea of the cultural significance of burgers in our prehistoric ancestors' lives. Now, around 10,000 years ago, the wild ox was first domesticated, which led to a consistent production of beef and milk. This led to the invention of the cheeseburger and an explosion of agriculture, which eventually led to the adoption of the hamburger bun. This was pretty sick because previously patties were placed between two large mushroom caps, as can be seen in this cave painting. Problem with that was we didn't know which ones were poisonous or not, and anyone who figured it out had died. As you can probably tell, the hamburger has always been an enduring part of humanity's history, but let me be the first to tell you, it didn't stop there. Hamburgers took hold in a variety of cultures across the world, but one of the more notable occasions was in the Roman Republic in 44 BC. Julius Caesar had just declared himself dictator for life of the Roman Republic, and shortly after had banished his son Caesar II, also known as Little Caesar, for his controversial ideas regarding early Roman pizza. This event had a profound impact on the culinary landscape of the Roman Republic, as with banishing his weird son and outlawing the production of pizza, it created a culinary power vacuum. Early Roman cheeseburgers quickly emerged as the main dish that was consumed, as they were easy to prepare and could be consumed quickly. And the cheeseburger's popularity can absolutely be seen in the cultural works and artifacts discovered from this time period. Roman coins from this period heavily feature cheeseburger iconography, demonstrating the importance of this dish in Roman culture. And beyond that, frescoes found in Pompeii and Herculaneum, two cities destroyed by the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD, if you were paying attention in school you would know that, depict scenes of people enjoying cheeseburgers at banquets and street stalls. The rise of cheeseburgers also coincided with the rise of the Roman Republic, which facilitated a spread of cheeseburger culture throughout the Mediterranean world. And later on, this would lead to great strides in math and science, such as when Greek mathematician Archimedes was able to calculate an even more accurate number for pi when he was inspired by the cheeseburger he was having for lunch. Oh yeah, that's right, pi. We're talking 3.1415926533589799323846264338827951058209741058209749445. I'm in Ireland right now, visiting one of the most famous locations in Irish cheeseburger history. The McGillicuddy War occurred here, where they fought over the famous Irish Dubliner cheeseburger. These hallowed walls hold more history of the cheeseburger than I could possibly fathom, and it's really incredible to see it in person. But what I'm really here to talk about is the new gift shop that we opened at the museum. There's brand new items for you to get right now at incorrecthistory.com.
The coast of these foreign lands whispers secrets into my ears, secrets telling me this is the best goddamn merch I've ever made.
So head on over to incorrecthistory.com and get some sweet merch and a lesson in the history of cheeseburger culture. But who could talk about the spread of cheese battlefield as well as endure long marches in harsh conditions? And another key element of the Danish army was their infamous berserkers. Look at that guy, he's scary. Don't want to mess with him. Leave me out of it. The Berserkers were a group of warriors known for their ability to enter into a frenzied state of mind during battle. And they were fueled by a rare variety of Danish cheeseburger known as the bear burger. And if you have a hard time with context clues, that's bear meat. This burger put the Berserkers into a wild fury that is known to scholars as a bear burger meat rage. I mean, these guys were absolutely insane. We're talking like ripping people in half, running around the battlefield and roaring like a bear, like they're a furry too into character, but like in a scary way. Some of these Berserkers were particularly fearsome and earned their spot in legends, such as Eric Sandwich, who led a group of Vikings on a daring raid on a heavily fortified English castle, discovering a treasure trove of invaluable cheddar cheese. Ragnar Lothbrok, who is known for single-handedly slaying over 100 English soldiers in the Battle of Assadon, all while eating a cheeseburger. And who could forget Gudrun Berson, who led a cavalry of bear-riding berserkers that tore across East Anglia, striking terror
into the hearts of the English. When King Sweyn's heir Canute was crowned King of England, he brought the Danish cheeseburger culture with him and is often considered by scholars to be the very first Burger King. And after his death in 1035, the Burger King monarchy sought to expand its influence to the mythical land of Vinland, known to us now as Toledo, Ohio. Of course, in the history of the burger, some stories are held by individuals. Such is the case with Van Gogh. Vincent van Gogh is one of the most celebrated and well-known artists of the modern era. His works, characterized by dynamic brushstrokes and bold colors, are renowned for their emotional intensity and vivid representation of the human condition. Basically, the guy could paint. And while much has been written about Van Gogh's turbulent life and artistic vision, few have chosen to delve into his lesser-known period of inspiration: his dreams of cheeseburgers. Van Gogh's cheeseburger period began in the summer of 1888 in the town of Arles in southern France. Look it up, I dare you. He was there. According to the letters written to his brother Theo, he was plagued by dreams of a mysterious food that he had never encountered before. A sandwich consisting of a juicy beef patty, melted cheese, and crisp lettuce and tomato, all served on a toasted bun. Though initially confused and disoriented by these dreams, Van Gogh soon became fixated on them, painting and sketching images of cheeseburgers in his spare time. And these cheeseburger-inspired works were a departure from his usual subject matter. Instead of making landscapes and portraits, he was creating abstract, expressionistic pieces. One such work, titled Cheeseburger Sunrise, depicts a towering cheeseburger in a field against a vibrant orange and yellow sky, evoking the feeling of warmth and comfort that Van Gogh associated with the food. And despite the intensity of this cheeseburger-inspired art, Van Gogh never exhibited these works publicly. Scholars speculate that he feared that his peers would reject his unconventional subject matter. I mean, the guy was making giant paintings of cheeseburgers in 1888, so, I mean, it was avant-garde. Nevertheless, the influence of this period can absolutely be seen in Van Gogh's later works, which incorporate elements of his cheeseburger-inspired style. For example, his painting Starry Night Over the Rhone features bold, swirling brushstrokes that evoke the same feeling of movement and energy as his earlier cheeseburger works. And while much of this cheeseburger art has been lost to history, its impact can still be felt in the enduring legacy of one of the world's most beloved artists. Okay, let's talk about World War II. America is often considered to be a highly cheeseburger-centric society in modern times. And throughout the history of the nation, that could absolutely be argued to be true. However, it wasn't until America involved itself in the European theater in World War II that the cheeseburger really started to take hold of American society. Due to the massive demand that the wartime supply chain placed on American industry, the US government had to enforce food rations on the American public. Meat, cheese, bread, and various other grocery items were unable to be purchased without a government-issued food coupon. And this was due to the fact that the US government had figured out that cheeseburgers were the ideal food to properly satisfy soldiers on the front line. US Army soldiers were supplied with Type C rations that almost always contained cheeseburgers. And the strength and vitality that the American soldiers got from consuming these C-ration cheeseburgers allowed them to make great strides and turn the tides of the war. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, cheeseburgers beat the Nazis. Some soldiers even reported in these questionably obtained Pentagon files that they obtained a certain level of superhuman ability. Others simply reported having a noticeable increase in sweating, and this was later referred to as a condition known as the meat sweats. Either way, upon returning to America, these soldiers were celebrated for their bravery, and with it, the cheeseburger was viewed as an enduring symbol of patriotism. Of course, not all things regarding the history of the burger were sunshine and roses, okay? And that was definitely not the case with the 1985 Hamburglar murder trial. The 1985 Hamburglar murder trial was a significant event in American legal history that captivated the nation's attention. The case involved a notorious criminal known as the Hamburglar. Yes, he is real. The Hamburglar was accused of committing regicide towards the reigning monarch of the Burger King Kingdom, Burger King, as he was traveling in and out of his diplomatic trip to the White Castle. Allegedly, the Hamburglar had been witnessed snooping around the area near where the king had been killed by 5 guys who were traveling through the area for a checkers tournament. 2 of the guys, Allen and Wright, promptly called the police, while the 3 others, Culver Hardy and his brother Carl Jr., attempted to detain the Hamburglar until Officer Big Mac could arrive on the scene to arrest him. Let's just say this did not go as planned, as the Hamburglar would then steal the 5 guys' white Ford Bronco, leading to a 45-minute-long
hour-long police chase that was televised live on news channels across the nation. It is estimated that over 91 million people were watching these broadcasts. Eventually, the Hamburglar was arrested and placed into custody, and the murder trial would begin. The prosecution's case was based mainly on circumstantial evidence and eyewitness accounts, which suggested that the Hamburglar was the killer. However, the defense team, led by Ronald McDonald and Grimace, suggested that the prosecution's evidence was flawed and that the Hamburglar had been wrongly accused. One of the more famous moments from this trial was when the prosecution pressured the Hamburglar to try on one of the critical pieces of evidence. A cartoonish... I may have found the strangest Halloween movies that no one seems to know about. It started with this movie, A Halloween Puppy, but from there it took me on a journey to unearth some of the strangest films I have ever come across. So I suggest you watch this until the end because it gets interesting, that's for sure. So let's start from the beginning. I was doing some digging on the internet looking for some low-budget Halloween fun to celebrate this month, when I came across this film, A Halloween Puppy, what appears to be a wonderful family-friendly spook. The ratings for this movie were through the floor, so naturally I had to get my hands on it. Unfortunately, this movie was removed from the only platform it was available for streaming on, but that did not stop me. I scoured the internet, checking every single grimy back corner website I could find just to have a taste of what this movie had to offer, to no avail. It was like the movie had been scrubbed from the internet, so naturally, my curiosity was exploding. I had to order the DVD of this movie and then purchase an external DVD player in order to even watch it. Look what just came in the mail. I am so excited for this. A Halloween Puppy. Look at that cover art. That is beautiful. Wow. That's something else. So let's read the synopsis of the film. A boy accidentally turns his mom's boyfriend into a dog. Oh, well now I gotta see this. And is this movie as bad as the ratings suggest? Yes. Yes, it is. The movie starts off incredibly promising with an animated intro of ghouls and goblins, making you think, hey, this movie's gonna be pretty spooky. It's gonna have all of those things. It seems like for the intro, they forgot it was not just about Halloween, but a Halloween puppy, because suddenly stock photos of puppies start appearing as if they were an afterthought in the intro sequence. It also might be important to note that none of the puppies shown in the intro are ever the same type of breed of dog as the one that's on the poster of the movie, which is the only dog featured or ever seen in the movie. The film establishes the story taking place probably in the greater Los Angeles area in what looks like a $10 million mansion, and then immediately cuts to this incredibly long shot from the perspective of someone walking down a hallway. This is intended to be spooky, but it goes on so long that it seems like that they forgot that they were filming. And cut. Sammy, cut. Cut. Cut! Whoa, what? Sammy, I called cut. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, sorry. I was thinking about the Eiffel Tower. Like, why don't they just call it French Tower? Wait, hold on. Let me see that shot first. We might have something here, son. We're then introduced to two of the main characters, Adam and his mom, Linda, who works as a veterinarian. She's coming home from work, and her idea of greeting her son is to tell him that a monitor lizard swallowed a chew toy at work, and then gives him that chew toy as a bit, and he acts like that's the best joke that he's ever heard.
I thought my son could appreciate a fully chewed chew toy.
That's just gross. Why would he want that? Adam's main character trait is that he's obsessed with Halloween, to the point where he acts like this.
Oh, by the way, can I have a Halloween movie night? Please.
What? How old is this kid? He's gotta be 17 years old in this movie. Why is he doing a little kid beg to his mom to have a Halloween movie night? That's a little strange. So then Adam goes to sleep, and then what? Where did the budget for the title cards in this film go? They spend all that money on the intro? So the next day, it's Adam talking to his mom about how he doesn't want to go to college, with Adam making reference to the literal mansion that they live in as a fallback option, I guess.
Besides, look at this house. We live like kings.
And then his mom gives the weirdest explanation for why they're living in this mansion.
No, we live like people who got a great deal on a short-term rental because a formerly sick Pekingese had a very grateful owner who also just happened to be a real estate agent.
That sounds less like a real reason and more like an alibi. Linda, what happened to the previous owners? What did you do to them, Linda? They spend time talking about one of the central plots of the movie, which is Linda's boyfriend, Ted, being very predictable, and Linda feels as though she's in a cycle where every time they hang out, they're just doing the same thing and their relationship is going nowhere. This whole conversation happens when they are this close to each other. That is like 2 feet. If my mom got that close to me in a conversation, I would be like, whoa, what, am I in trouble? Adam has all of these plans for how he wants to spend Halloween because it's his favorite holiday, and he wants to be able to use his mom's car for Halloween night. His mom responds with this.
It's Halloween, okay? You're gonna be in ghost, ghoul, movie overload, okay? Google-eyed, let's see. Driving on 2 wheels, dreaming up new monsters. Absolutely not. I'm driving.
You're telling me that this kid has such a significant Halloween addiction that he's unable to operate a motor vehicle? This has become a disability for him? That's worrisome, to say the least. We're then introduced to Ted, played by Eric Roberts, who was also this guy in The Dark Knight. I just thought I would mention that. And he comes in with a box of donuts, but he weirdly does not eat a single donut and instead is just licking the frosting from the inside of the box. Sir, stop, sir. Linda then tries to talk to Ted about improving their relationship before he goes to work, but he is a weird, clueless man. And then he leaves for work and Linda's like, sick. Later on, Adam is setting up the Halloween decorations, which feels a little late in the game given the fact that it's the day before Halloween. And we're introduced to the classic and literal girl next door, Molly. She comes out of the woods, nobody knows from where, and she's here to show Adam a spooky book.
Look at this. It looks cool. Kind of like the Necronomicon.
What?
I had the same reaction, Molly. The Necronomicon? He's talking about the Necronomicon, which is a fictitious ancient book of the dead. If he is talking about what I think he is and just saying it wrong, that makes his reaction here even funnier.
Never mind, I'll just show you the movies. You know, you seem so smart. And then you're so not smart about the things that matter.
You're such a fucking dick. You don't even know how to say it, dude.
Cauldrons, plants, animals. This is like some medieval witch's spellbook.
I mean, I guess. It looks like a Bible from a burnt down Motel 6, but I suppose ancient spellbook is also an appropriate takeaway. This entire scene, and really the whole movie, kind of gives off Spanish class videos from middle school vibe. No sé por qué hicieron esta la película. I used Google Translate for that.
I don't know where we're going to get what looks like the horn of a unicorn.
Most of that stuff has modern equivalents.
How do you know that?
I'm just interested in it, that's all. No big deal.
There's a slight hint that Molly knows how to do magic, and then Molly goes inside to say hi to Linda, and they sit on this shot of the spell book for very long. Almost as if to say, book important. Book part of story. So Linda vents to Molly about how she's got some personal issues in her life going on, as they stand once again way too close to each other. And Molly suggests that Linda could use her parents' cabin to have like a getaway weekend. To which Linda responds with this.
Yeah, I've got some personal stuff going on, and I think going away for the weekend would be the perfect way to take care of it one way or another.
Why'd you say it like that? How did Linda manage to make an innocent conversation seem suspicious with that one line? She decides that the perfect time to go on this trip would be tomorrow. You know, Halloween. Her son's favorite holiday. Surely he'll be fine with that. And then she leaves to go call Molly's parents. We're then introduced to what I suppose are the main antagonists of the film, Nikki and Chad. They're Adam's neighbors, and they've basically come over to bully him and take Adam's Halloween supplies for their haunted house.
Halloween, huh? I like Halloween. I like seeing little kids scream.
This guy is gonna be in jail by 20 if he keeps saying shit like that.
We're making a haunted house. It's gonna be at our place.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, it's gonna be the scariest thing you've ever seen.
I don't know. I've been in the haunted hayride. Or the haunted hotel down...
No way. Ours is gonna be scariest. It's gonna be in our garage. It'll be totally scary.
Well, if you guys are involved, I know it's gonna be scary.
Yeah.
This is a really weird conversation. It's like half bullying and half small talk. What is happening here? It seems like Adam is less intimidated by them as he is uncomfortable around them. Also, everybody in this movie refers to these two as the twins, and they all say it in the same exact tone.
Oh, the twins.
Oh no. The twins.
Oh, the twins.
What are these guys, like Tweedledee and Tweedledum? Linda comes outside and tries to stop them from stealing from them, but then they just ignore her completely and steal the box. Also, that box has to be like 10 pounds. Why are they carrying it together? So later on, Linda fills in Adam with her plan to go to this cabin with Ted the next day, and weirdly asks Adam to come with her. You know, on Halloween.
And by now you mean in November, right? Not on Halloween, my favorite day of the year.
What a terrible mom. Also, why does Adam even need to be there? He's not involved in their relationship problem. And she gives the strangest justification for doing it on a whim.
Okay, look, I know it's a really big day for you, but I'll make it up to you, Adam. I mean, you are man enough to know that you have to, take care of things
come
like
on
this
now.
right away.
Adam eventually agrees and then proceeds to complain to Molly about it, who ends up also agreeing to come on the trip. And then Adam goes on another tangent about how much he likes Halloween.
I like going to Mr. Flyswatter's haunted garage and seeing what new creatures he's dreamed up this season. I like watching as many horror movies as I can on 3 separate screens while eating piles of candy pretending that it's human flesh.
He wants to eat candy and pretend that it's flesh?
You know what they give out around this neighborhood? Whole candy bars, not just those little ones.
He's trick-or-treating at 17? What is his problem? This kid needs to get some help because he is showing the telltale signs of a physical addiction to Halloween. Imagine if he did this for every holiday. He would be the weirdest person to be around.
What is going on, fellow high schooler Trent? Hey, what's up, man? You excited for Christmas break? Yeah, Trent. My dad just bought a 45 and spikes for the fireplace. We're gonna get him for sure this year. Huh, okay. Brent, are you and your dad gonna try to kill Santa Claus?
And there's Santa, and there's Mrs. Claus, and there's the elves. Oh, there's the elves, all right. The elves are coming, they're coming, aren't they? And they're gonna...
Hey, Trent, what is wrong with him? Oh, that's just crazy Adam. He gets a little bit too much into the holiday spirit.
Did somebody say spirits? I love Halloween.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
So Linda convinces Ted to come to the cabin that weekend, and he agrees but says he has to show up after he's picked up his car from the mechanic. And that night, in order to cheer Adam up, Molly has Adam join her in trying to perform a spell from the Motel 6 Bible that she found. They perform a spell in which they say,
Ted, Klaatu, Barada, Nikto.
Which is just a famous line from The Day the Earth Stood Still, and also not Latin, which she said the book was written in. The spell does nothing at first, but then Ted comes along, asks them what they're up to, and when they respond, he says,
Neato!
Neato, which incidentally causes the spell to activate as displayed by this very high budget VFX and sends a yellow orb into Ted's face, causing him to become tired and go to sleep. It's also abundantly clear that they shot Eric Roberts' scenes during the day and then attempted to color correct to try to make it look like it was still night. Oh, we're doing this again. Okay. The next day, Adam comes downstairs and discovers with Linda a dog that has appeared in their house. So that dog is Ted, who has been turned into a dog by the magic, and you can also hear his thoughts.
Linda! Oh, hi. Sorry I fell asleep on the couch. I don't know what happened.
So obviously, this is where the title of the movie gets its name.
I'm a puppy? Oh!
No, you're a fully grown English bulldog. This happens throughout the film, where the dog is very clearly a full-grown dog, but everyone insists calling it a puppy. And it makes me feel like this is the only dog that they could get a hold of. Like, they wanted a puppy, but they just couldn't get one, so everyone just pretends it's still a puppy. So Linda decides the best course of action is to take the dog with them to the cabin, and it's becoming wildly apparent that not even a nuke could stop this lady from going to this cabin. Also, this might be nitpicky, but at one point, Linda tells Adam, who's dressed in yesterday's clothes, to get dressed. He leaves to go do that. And the next time we see him, he's in the same outfit, and he wears that outfit for the rest of the movie. The drive to the cabin is a whole scene in this movie. It shouldn't be, but it is. It's made up of these shots of their car driving down a road with voiceovers from the cast that I can only assume had to be improv during the shoot.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
When are we gonna get there?
And Adam, well, he's still yelling about Halloween.
I'm supposed to be looking up, like, all this zombie stuff, but no, we're out in nature and...
It's starting to feel like his interest is less in Halloween and more in mentioning topics that vaguely relate to Halloween. As if he's constantly trying to prove that he likes Halloween, but just learned what it is. I think the best part about this driving scene, though, is how they facilitate the change of setting for the viewer. So here's them driving down the road. They're very clearly in California. This is very likely on one of the roads going on the mountains that surround the San Fernando Valley. Then it fades into totally different climate. Looks like a forest in Oregon. This cabin is far away. Then it fades into, oh, they're still driving in California. Maybe that was like a memory or something. Then it fades into, okay, so this is a very far away cabin. They end the drive in the same climate they started in. Either way, Crazy Adam, Magic Molly, Dog Ted, and Psycho Linda have reached the cabin. Molly brings Adam to visit, I think, her family friend who happens to live nearby this cabin and is also a witch.
This is my friend Adam.
Hello, Adam. You seem dubious.
No, ma'am.
These are like AI conversations given form. In her clairvoyant nature, she knows that Molly and Adam performed a spell and wants to help them figure out what it is that they did. So they bring the witch lady the book, and she says that it's a very powerful spell book and that you'd need extensive magical training in order to even attempt to perform a spell. But then 2 seconds later is like, oh, Ted turned into a dog because he said Nito.
You didn't say Nikto?
No, I didn't. See, we couldn't have transformed anyone.
Perhaps. As long as no one said Nito.
Wait, what? Nito!
My favorite part of this scene, though, is when she mentions the significance of the spell being done on Halloween, and Adam responds this way.
So, if I had done the spell on St. Patty's Day, I'd have a pot of gold right now.
Come on, man. The whole time you've been obsessed with the holiday, but the moment someone else places significance on it, he's like, I don't understand why this would be a big deal.
You're telling me that we turned my mom's boyfriend into a Halloween puppy? Oh, I'm so grounded.
He said the thing. That's the title of the movie. Is that what we're doing now? Just placing the name of the holiday in front of things that happen close to them? It turns out the solution is that they have to say the spell backwards at the place that it was cast in order for Ted to turn back into a human again, which is just like the undo button of spell books, I guess. As they're leaving, though, Adam asks the witch for proof that she's a witch so he knows that he can trust her, and she does this.
Okay, let's go.
Good luck.
It seems that they bought 4 templates for visual effects and they're just cycling through them. You may be wondering what Linda and Ted the dog were up to this whole time, because they did have a scene that was intercutting between the one I just talked about. There is a full 5 or 6 minutes in this film that is just Linda walking around with the dog, aggressively petting him, with Eric Roberts commentating the whole time. There's shots of the dog eating grass and then Linda joining the dog in eating the grass. They even keep in shots where she's trying to wrangle the dog and the dog clearly wants nothing to do with her, and they use that shot twice. Eric Roberts' voiceover starts to get a little bit more weird.
It's really the simple things. I'm tired.
Basically, after this, Adam and Molly return back to the cabin and they make up some bullshit reason why they need to go back to LA. So they drive back to LA, are about to do the spell, but whoopsie fucking do, the twins stole the spell so they could have it for their haunted house. Then the only way that Molly and Adam can get the book back is that they have to go through the twins' haunted house.
Perfect. We were just looking for you.
These two need to be in jail. The haunted house that the twins made looks like they're just getting their garage painted or something. Like, this is the climax. This is the haunted house that we've been hearing so much about.
Are you okay?
I'm starting to think that Adam doesn't actually like Halloween, if that is something that Molly needed to check in with him about. He's getting scared when a prop bat the size of a baseball falls in front of him. So they finally reach where the book is and they get ambushed by the twins, who are just like, we're gonna beat you up. That's the entirety of our plan here.
Oh, listen to you, big boy. So here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna lay down on our altar and be our victim for the week.
Do these guys have a fetish for crime? Plus, they're doing a haunted house, and one of them is dressed as a cowboy. The least scary option for a Halloween costume. That's just a man that lived in Texas in 1912.
Yeah, we're gonna kill you.
What are you guys doing? Hey guys, what's going on? Jimmy Dad here. We're doing another video today. I'm in a hotel room and it's very clean. I don't think any video I've ever made looks like this. Facebook has recently become more and more cancerous, I guess the word would be. I remember a time when Facebook was just articles and photos that people were posting and statuses that they were sharing and stuff, whereas it's more now just videos. Back in the heyday, when I saw that it was snowing outside, I would hop on to the Facebook and I would write down on my status, hey guys, oh my god, it is snowing out. And then I'd add a little smiley face with a nose. Ever since those tasty posts where you'd see people throwing together a interesting looking dish, or those life hack videos got shared and got popular and got just thrown all around Facebook for the next fucking 7 years. Facebook has decided it would be a really good idea to adjust their algorithm so 90% of the time favors videos to be sharing on your newsfeed. If you don't believe me, go on Facebook right now and just scroll. You're literally just going to be seeing videos. That's all you're going to see. Rick Lax is a character that is basically leading the charge on this sort of culture on Facebook. And he's doing a hell of a job, too. He's doing a really good job with it. A few people that I've seen have made videos about this guy, but he just keeps showing up so much in my newsfeed that I just have to talk about it. I have to talk about it. This guy is the reason why I don't like going on Facebook as much as I used to, or what killed the website for me. These videos I'm about to show are from his playlist that are videos that have over 50 million views. And once you see these videos, you're going to be very disappointed that they have over 50 million views. So let's jump right into it.
Hello, my friends. My name is Rick Lax, and I'm about to read your mind.
Okay, so fucking first of all, this is one of the main themes of Rick Lax. He likes to take videos in coffee shops for some reason with Apple headphones in his ears. See the kid right behind him, he's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is that guy doing? I'm having a nice hot chai latte with my pa, and this guy's doing magic? Come on!
Think of a state. Think of any state, any of the 50 states in the United States right now.
Oh man, that's a lot of states. I can't think of... Well, okay, if the 50 of them... I gotta think of one. What can I say?
Now, spell the name of that state out in your mind. Spell each letter of the state out in your mind.
Massachusetts. Massachusetts, baby. Put me on the spelling bee.
And think about the last letter in the state's name.
Oh, that didn't matter? I should have just... Why didn't you just ask me what the last letter was? Ricky. Alright, in that case, S. Massachusetts. S.
Once you have your letter in mind, go ahead and hit the like button to lock in your answer.
Okay, so, okay. There is nothing saying that hitting the like button is going to lock in your answer. But seeing as this video has 64 million views and 3 million likes, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people believed him here. Hit the like button to lock in your answer, baby. Lock it in! Lock that shit in, motherfucker! And this is like the most awkward part. He's got this snappy jazz music in the background while he's just staring at us, trying to get us to like the video.
Once you know your letter, right now push that like button that will lock in your answer. Go ahead and do it.
He's like an NPC that's waiting for you to choose your answer in like Fallout or something. If you wait a little bit too long, he'll add one of those follow-up statements like, come on now, make your choice.
Alright, here we go. Now I am going to throw up the rest of the letters all over the screen, and I want you to take a second and find your letter. And you'll notice all the letters are different colors. Some are red, some are white, some are blue.
Some are red, some are blue, some are... It's random. It doesn't matter.
No, there are 50 different states in the Union and 50 different names that you could have picked from. I'm going to try to guess your color right now, and I'll ask is that if I somehow get your color right...
Somehow, by a stroke of luck, a holy miracle, by God's grace, if I guess this...
you share this video.
So you can see here that Ricky Boy is locking you into a contract, so if he gets this right, then you're gonna have to share his video.
Your color is...
wrong.
No, wait, it's not white.
What? There's a twist.
It is... your color is red.
What? He guessed my color. How'd he do that? How'd he do it?
He's a fucking scam. So I bet you guys are wondering, hey Ted, how the hell did he do this? How did he solve the code to mind reading? This guy's a fucking psychic, right? Well, you're wrong. It's so obvious what he's doing. He's banking on like the majority of people aren't gonna think about this. Aren't gonna think about, oh, maybe he's not mind reading. Maybe he's just using a trick, or maybe he's just setting up the situation so it'll adhere to what he wants to happen. My favorite thing about this is that if you look at his comment, he says, big thanks for all the support, gang. Looks like this video was blowing up. As always, please keep the secret to yourself. If you reveal anything, the comment gets deleted and you get banned from my page. If you reveal the way that the secret works, your comment gets deleted and you get banned from his page. Because you got these fucking people like Val Ganner who's saying, I have no clue at all, but it makes me smile, so that's good enough for me. Alright, I chose Massachusetts. The last letter of Massachusetts is S. All the other letters that aren't the ones that would work are white or blue. How many states in the United States do you know end with X? Or end with M? Or K? Or V? This video isn't really that hard to make. All he needed to do was just make a list of all the states that there are, take note of what the final letter is of all those states, and then just assign the color red to all of them, with the exception of Utah, which ends with H. But he did that at the beginning of the video, so the likeliness of people choosing that is actually lower. He makes it seem like there's just a plethora of options for you, but really he's already got the answer before you even started the video. This video has 1,064,000 shares. 1,064,000 people were like, damn, he got it right, let me share this shit. Are you kidding me? So let's move on to the next good old vid from Rick Lax. Alright, so this next video is one of his most popular videos on his platform. It has 152 million views, and it is of course a mind-reading video, so you know where the money's at.
I know you. I know what kind of person you are, and I'll tell you, but first you have to do something for me.
Oh shit! Rick Lax, what do you have in store for me? Well played.
Think of the month that you were born. Now, convert that month to a number.
I see what you do, I see what you do. Okay, 1, Rick, 1.
Use your unique birth number to get a new random number together.
A totally random number, huh? Interesting.
First step, take your birth number and multiply it by 2.
Boom.
Now add 10.
12.
And now divide by 2.
6.
And now subtract your birth month number.
Oh, subtract my birth number. This the number that I started with. So what you're saying is that that number did never really matter? That you're going to start with that number, then get rid of it later in the equation, so that it never really mattered in the first place? That's interesting, okay.
Okay, whatever random number you are thinking of right now.
Whatever totally random number you're thinking of right now.
Find the word on this list that goes with it.
Oh, consider it. Okay, interesting.
I know what kind of person you are. I'll tell you in a second, but before I do, you have to agree that if I get it right, you'll share this video with your friends. Okay?
Well played, Rick. Another contract. Now, I'm pissed about it, but, you know, I'll have to agree.
Some of your friends are normal, and some of them are pushovers, some of them are ecstatic, and some of them are pessimistic. And when you share this video on your timeline, it will change for them.
Oh, if I share this on my timeline, the video will change. That's surprising. That sounds possible.
But you're considerate.
So there's one thing that's obviously wrong with this video. He gives you a number that he couldn't possibly know. And then later on in his equation, he makes you jump through a bunch of mathematical hoops, and then he gets rid of the number that he couldn't have possibly known. So now he's dealing with numbers that he already knows and that he's given to you. Also, another weird thing is considerate is the only... In this list, considerate is probably one of the only likable traits. You've got considerate next to mean, protective, pushover, crazy, normal, which is neutral, listless, boring, humorless, scheming, ecstatic, which is okay, I guess, and pessimistic. Rick, like anyone doesn't want to be considered considerate. One of the most interesting things about this video, too, is that he literally lies. He says that if you share this video, it's going to change for someone else. It's just straight up not true. The video cannot change. The information in the video will not change based on who's watching it and what type of personality they have. This isn't to say that Rick Lax isn't a talented magician. I've seen other videos that he's done where he's actually good at what he's doing and he's doing real magic tricks. But when your main source of promoting your channel is through this tabloid-esque kind of crap that you're doing, it just comes off really insincere. Overall, this speaks to the type of culture that Facebook is creating with this new algorithm it's promoting. It's this tabloid-esque, super shareable crap that I see in my newsfeed every day, and it's basically making Facebook unusable at this point. I will check Facebook occasionally, maybe to update my profile picture or keep my information updated, but I don't really use it anymore. I only use Facebook Messenger. If you like this video, make sure you subscribe to the channel and also hit the bell thing. That'll actually tell you when I have a video, and it will make sure that you get my videos when I release them, because YouTube sub boxes never and will never work. See you guys later. Peace. What are you guys doing? Hey guys, what's going on? Jimmy Dad here. We're doing another video today. I'm in a hotel room and it's very clean. I don't think any video I've ever made looks like this. Facebook has recently become more and more cancerous, I guess the word would be. I remember a time when Facebook was just articles and photos that people were posting and statuses that they were sharing and stuff, whereas it's more now just videos. Back in the heyday, when I saw that it was snowing outside, I would hop on to the Facebook and I would write down on my status, hey guys, oh my god, it is snowing out. And then I'd add a little smiley face with a nose. Ever since those tasty posts where you'd see people throwing together a interesting looking dish, or those life hack videos got shared and got popular and got just thrown all around Facebook for the next fucking 7 years, Facebook has decided it would be a really good idea to adjust their algorithm so 90% of the time favors videos to be sharing on your newsfeed. If you don't believe me, go on Facebook right now and just scroll. You're literally just going to be seeing videos. That's all you're going to see. Rick Lax is a character that is basically leading the charge on this sort of culture on Facebook. And he's doing a hell of a job too. He's doing a really good job with it. A few people that I've seen have made videos about this guy, but he just keeps showing up so much in my newsfeed that I just have to talk about it. I have to talk about it. This guy is the reason why I don't like going on Facebook as much as I used to, or what killed the website for me. These videos I'm about to show are from his playlist that are videos that have over 50 million views. And once you see these videos, you're going to be very disappointed that they have over 50 million views. So let's jump right into it.
Hello, my friends. My name is Rick Lax, and I'm about to read your mind.
Okay, so fucking first of all, this is one of the main themes of Rick Lax. He likes to take videos in coffee shops for some reason with Apple headphones in his ears. See the kid right behind him, he's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is that guy doing? I'm having a nice hot chai latte with my pa, and this guy's doing magic? Come on!
Think of a state. Think of any state, any of the 50 states in the United States right now.
Oh man, that's a lot of states. I can't think of... Well, okay, if the 50 of them... I gotta think of one. What can I say?
Now, spell the name of that state out in your mind. Spell each letter of the state out in your mind.
Massachusetts. M-A-S-S-A-C-H-U-T-S-E-T-T-S, baby. Put me on the spelling bee.
And think about the last letter in the state's name.
Oh, that didn't matter? I should have just... Why didn't you just ask me what the last letter was? Ricky. Alright, in that case, S. Massachusetts. S.
Once you have your letter in mind, go ahead and hit the like button to lock in your answer.
Okay, so, okay. There is nothing saying that hitting the like button is going to lock in your answer. But seeing as this video has 64 million views and 3 million likes, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people believed him here. Hit the like button to lock in your answer, baby. Lock it in! Lock that shit in, motherfucker! And this is like the most awkward part. He's got this snappy jazz music in the background while he's just staring at us, trying to get us to like the video.
Once you know your letter, right now push that like button that will lock in your answer. Go ahead and do it.
He's like an NPC that's waiting for you to choose your answer in like Fallout or something. If you wait a little bit too long, he'll add one of those follow-up statements like, come on now, make your choice.
Alright, here we go. Now I am going to throw up the rest of the letters all over the screen, and I want you to take a second and find your letter. And you'll notice all the letters are different colors. Some are red, some are white, some are blue.
Some are red, some are blue, some are... It's random. It doesn't matter.
Though there are 50 different states in the Union and 50 different names that you could have picked from, I'm going to try to guess your color right now. And I'll ask is that if I somehow get your color right...
Somehow, by stroke of luck, a holy miracle, by God's grace, if I guess this...
you share this video.
So you can see here that Ricky Boy is locking you into a contract, so if he gets this right, then you're gonna have to share his video.
Your color is...
Wrong!
No, wait, it's not white.
What? There's a twist.
It is... Your color is red.
What? He guessed my color. How'd he do that? How'd he do it?
He's a fucking scam. So I bet you guys are wondering, hey Ted, how the hell did he do this? How did he solve the code to mind reading? This guy's a fucking psychic, right? Well, you're wrong. It's so obvious what he's doing. He's banking on like the majority of people aren't gonna think about this. Aren't gonna think about, oh, maybe he's not mind reading. Maybe he's just using a trick, or maybe he's just setting up the situation so it'll adhere to what he wants to happen. My favorite thing about this is that if you look at his comment, he says, "Big thanks for all the support, gang. Looks like this video was blowing up. As always, please keep the secret to yourself. If you reveal anything, the comment gets deleted and you get banned from my page." If you reveal the way that the secret works, your comment gets deleted and you get banned from his page. Because you got these fucking people like Val Ganner who's saying, "I have no clue at all, but it makes me smile, so that's good enough for me." Alright, I chose Massachusetts. The last letter of Massachusetts is S. All the other letters that aren't the ones that would work are white or blue. How many states in the United States do you know end with X? Or end with M? Or K? Or V? This video isn't really that hard to make. All he needed to do was just make a list of all the states that there are, take note of what the final letter is of all those states, and then just assign the color red to all of them, with the exception of Utah, which ends with H. But he did that at the beginning of the video, so the likeliness of people choosing that is actually lower. He makes it seem like there's just a plethora of options for you, but really he's already got the answer before you even started the video. This video has 1,064,000 shares. 1,064,000 people were like, "Damn, he got it right, let me share this shit." Are you kidding me? So let's move on to the next good old vid from Rick Lax. Alright, so this next video is one of his most popular videos on his platform. It has 152 million views, and it is of course a mind-reading video, so you know where the money's at.
I know you. I know what kind of person you are, and I'll tell you, but first you have to do something for me.
Oh shit! Rick Lax, what do you have in store for me? Well played.
Think of the month that you were born. Now, convert that month to a number.
I see what you do, I see what you do. Okay, 1, Rick, 1.
Use your unique birth number to get a new random number together.
A totally random number, huh? Interesting.
First step, take your birth number and multiply it by 2.
Boom.
Now add 10.
12.
And now divide by 2.
6.
And now subtract your birth month number.
Oh, subtract my birth number. This the number that I started with. So what you're saying is that that number did never really matter? That you're going to start with that number, then get rid of it later in the equation, so that it never really mattered in the first place? That's interesting, okay.
Okay, whatever random number you are thinking of right now.
Whatever totally random number you're thinking of right now.
Find the word on this list that goes with it.
Oh, consider it. Okay, interesting.
I know what kind of person you are. I'll tell you in a second, but before I do, you have to agree that if I get it right, you'll share this video with your friends. Okay?
Well played, Rick. Another contract. Now, I'm pissed about it, but, you know, I'll have to agree.
Some of your friends are normal, and some of them are pushovers, some of them are ecstatic, and some of them are pessimistic. And when you share this video on your timeline, it will change for them.
Oh, if I share this on my timeline, the video will change. That's surprising. That sounds possible.
But you're considerate.
So there's one thing that's obviously wrong with this video. He gives you a number that he couldn't possibly know. And then later on in his equation, he makes you jump through a bunch of mathematical hoops, and then he gets rid of the number that he couldn't have possibly known. So now he's dealing with numbers that he already knows and that he's given to you. Also, another weird thing is considerate is the only... In this list, considerate is probably one of the only likable traits. You've got considerate next to mean, protective, pushover, crazy, normal, which is neutral, listless, boring, humorless, scheming, ecstatic, which is okay, I guess, and pessimistic. Rick, like anyone doesn't want to be considered considerate. One of the most interesting things about this video, too, is that he literally lies. He says that if you share this video, it's going to change for someone else. It's just straight up not true. The video cannot change. The information in the video will not change based on who's watching it and what type of personality they have. This isn't to say that Rick Lax isn't a talented magician. I've seen other videos that he's done where he's actually good at what he's doing and he's doing real magic tricks. But when your main source of promoting your channel is through this tabloid-esque kind of crap that you're doing, it just comes off really insincere. Overall, this speaks to the type of culture that Facebook is creating with this new algorithm it's promoting. It's this tabloid-esque, super shareable crap that I see in my newsfeed every day, and it's basically making Facebook unusable at this point. I will check Facebook occasionally, maybe to update my profile picture or keep my information updated, but I don't really use it anymore. I only use Facebook Messenger. If you like this video, make sure you subscribe to the channel and also hit the bell thing. That'll actually tell you when I have a video, and it will make sure that you get my videos when I release them, because YouTube sub boxes never and will never work. See you guys later. Peace.
Hey, no, no, no.
Shing, shing, shing. I'm making another video today, baby. I'm back. How do you like them apples? Champ. Hey guys, what's going on? Jibber Dad here. We're doing an episode of Fiverr Filth today. Hey, how's it going? We're back in the game, folks. We're back doing videos. If you don't know what Fiverr Filth is, this is a show where I look at the shittiest gigs on Fiverr.com, which is a freelancing website where you can buy and sell gigs for more than $5. So with that being said, let's just jump into it. My favorite place to find Fiverr Filth content is when I go to the fun and lifestyle section of Fiverr. I find just some real spicy gold there. Specifically under viral videos. Obviously, when I think of a viral video, I always think of I will do an angry and scary gamer spokesperson video or message.
I'm about to win this match, bro. I'm about to win this.
What I like about this is just the level of realism that is in this video. You know he's definitely playing a game and not just going like this with his controller.
Come on, that's cheating. What are you doing?
Come on, that's cheating.
You cheated.
Ah, what the heck?
Come on. Well, the match is over, but I'm so angry.
Now comes the point, of course, after I lose a match of Call of Duty, when I start to self-reflect.
I can use this anger to record a video.
I'm pissed off. But I could use this anger.
A spokesperson video or a message for you.
You can tell that he's trying to maintain the persona of an angry person, but in reality it's just him just kind of clenching his teeth as he talks.
Send somebody just $5. You know? I gotta get this anger out somehow. You can get a video made by me. Just $5.
$5.
Exclusively on Fiverr.
Fiverr.com.
What are you
That was a strong acting choice. And that's what I want here. I want strong acting choices. Throwing that control on the ground.
You waiting for?
He probably, honestly, I think he's sitting on a beanbag chair, but I think it was still a strong acting choice. That was Powerful. That was powerful. I will teleport to the realm of Nagunu to bring back the name of your new pet, because that is a perfectly normal thing to be doing on Fiverr.com. He must have had some sort of crazy bad high. If you guys don't know what this gig actually is, it is actually a Nagunu naming ceremony, so don't get that fucked up or you will be sent to Nagunu. Shall bravely teleport to a realm that has the ancient and mysterious power to provide the most suitable name for your new pet. What could be more worth great personal risk than finding out the name of a stranger's new pet? Once there, I shall do battle with the realm's namekeepers in the form of expressive jazz semphore. Is that a thing? It's a system of sending messages by holding the arms of two flags or poles in certain directions according to an alphabetic code. Let's check out this next video. I will make a funny video with chatting dogs on a laptop, and this is the favorite. I can almost guarantee you that this is a favorite of your average dog mom. Dog moms, dog dads, this is for you. I'm going in. What I like about this specific gig is that it doesn't just start at $5, it does you one up. It starts at you at $100. Another thing that I like specifically about this that makes it so it's worth $100 is the fact that you will get the exact same video displayed above with the following customizable options. By the way, those are 4 customizable options. But in all seriousness, essentially this person is making a killing off of doing essentially no work. Normally I wouldn't be giving this so much shit, but since I am an editor, I know how easy this is for this person. If they're just replacing the product, the company logo, the website URL, and a short description, 3 out of 4 of those is just clicking with the text tool and replacing whatever the sample text is with what they want you to fill it in with. That'd probably take like less than a half an hour. And I also don't know why it takes 4 days to deliver. I will have Tucker the Turtle say anything you want. Let's see what you got. Noah Zimmerman and your cheeky chubby face.
Hi guys, I'm Tucker the Turtle. I can say anything. I can wish someone a happy birthday, advertise your business, and much, much more.
Oh, fucking hell. Yikaroo. Dude, this kid's got 2 gigs. He's got him in this Tucker the Turtle thing, and then he's got him doing voice acting. You know this is him speaking. You also know it's this kid in that turtle costume. That turtle costume that is strangely loose.
I stand in front of my fabulous gray wall.
I like how we brought attention to the gray wall, as if we didn't already think it looked like it was in a drug house. So yeah, this is fucked.
In 1080p, 60 frames per second. I will say 50 words.
This is obviously a kid's character, but he still says that some bad words are okay. This one's, what the fuck's this called? This is called, I will make a pie cake in the face. This one's kind of weird, honestly. This is kind of weird. These people are literally just making a video, hitting each other in the face with pie. If there is a market for that, then absolutely go for it. That doesn't mean I'm not going to make fun of it. I think the weirdest part about this one is that the same guy, for the last 2 months, he's purchased it 6 times in the last 2 months. There's got to be something going on with this. Here's another guy who bought it 5 times. We don't know what's in these videos. It could just be pie in the face. Could be pie in the titty. You know, who knows? Not me. I think it's some weird pie. It's a weird pie fetish thing. I think it's a pie fetish thing. So that's gonna do it for today's Fiverr Filth. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm gonna be making more videos on this channel, so stay tuned for more videos in the future. I think after the Milkman video and after I went on Carson's podcast, there's about like 500 more of you. Welcome to you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you guys for watching this video. I'm Jibberdah, and I hope that you don't trip and break your nose.
Surprisingly high-tier cast of voice actors. And there's a level of comedy and how that does literally nothing to prevent the film from being god-awful. You've got Rob Schneider, who was on SNL in the 70s and has a host of some pretty popular movies. His IMDb list is huge. You've got Haley Duff, older sister of Hilary Duff, also known as Lizzie McGuire. You've even got Tom Kenny, the voice of SpongeBob SquarePants. How did he get wrapped up in this? The movie starts in ancient China, which should be expected of any respectable Kung Fu Panda knockoff.
In the time of the warlords, battles raged.
However, it very much so does not stay that way, like at all. One of the first things that you notice about the animation quality of this film, it's almost too smooth. I think that the way that they animated a lot of this was that they had people in tracking suits moving around. There's just some sort of uncanny valley watching the way that they move around. Essentially, we've got this main character who's a human named Patrick. Also, Patrick? In ancient China. There's a whole lot of war going on, and Patrick isn't really into that. But he's enlisted in the army, and he's basically getting the shit kicked out of him.
Captain, sir. No, I wasn't really sleeping. I was just closing my eyes so that I could gain more insight.
So he starts arguing that people should be able to live peacefully to the general of the army.
Why must we fight each other? If we can live together in harmony, then there's no reason to fight. We can live in peace.
Not true. There is no peace here. Peace doesn't exist. The world as we know it is hard.
You're wrong. There is a place without any war. A peaceful place where people live in harmony. And it's called Maryland.
Maryland? Maryland. I'm surprised that they just didn't kill him on the spot. That is the stupidest name for a place I have ever heard. That's like a guy in the military arguing to his peers that Candyland exists. Are you kidding me? And later on, he's just talking about how, like, Maryland is real and talking to his dead grandpa. And he's got this necklace that his grandpa gave him.
Grandpa, I'll prove that Maryland really does exist.
And then they get ambushed by like an army of angry bulls.
Hurry, men! Go!
The enemy is near!
Get ready!
So he runs away, and then he falls off a cliff, and then his necklace activates, and then there's a talking pig. Because you guessed it, he's in Maryland, baby. Essentially what happens is Patrick is transported to Maryland, and in the process of doing that, he is also turned into a panda. Do not ask me why he turned into a panda, because I do not know. Maryland is probably the most ridiculous rendition of any reality I've ever seen. None of it makes sense. He's a little baby boy, so he's freaking out about how he's a panda now, and he's in this weird place.
Ah! What a weird dream! Where'd I get these mittens? Ah! And what's with this black and white fursuit? Don't tell me I really turned into a panda!
Get a grip, man. So then he starts talking to this supporting character named Peggy Skyflyer, who is the worst character that has ever been written. She is the worst. She's a pig, but look at this. Look at her ears. I don't even know if they are ears. There's no ear canal. They are literally like tendrils coming out of her head. Like, why would you design a character this way? It's horrendous. And they flop around like giant meaty triangles. It is distractingly off-putting. And to make matters worse, as if they could get any worse, is that the way that this pig flies is that she propels herself by fucking turning herself into a toot rocket.
Okay.
And
Gross! That is so stinky!
Like, I can just imagine in the writer's room, there's that one guy in the corner who's high, and he's just like, guys, do you know what would be funny? Okay, so suddenly there's cats with shockingly good posture and also swords, and then they just start attacking him without any warning. So Fart Machine comes in and saves him. And then she gives him this whole thing about how the cats are being mind controlled by the evil master. And shit ain't doing as well in Maryland as stupid Patrick thought, because you know why?
War never changes.
Patrick decides to start following Peggy around because he's a scared little idiot, and they end up fighting a giant spider, which Peggy defeats with a fart. Like, how many fart jokes are they gonna get out of this one character? Is that her thing? That she's rude and she farts? So the story of this movie is basically that Maryland is at war with this evil master. And it's Patrick's job to help save Maryland and put it back to normal. There's just so many various confusing parts to this story, and it's just so overly complicated. But I'm gonna try to do my best to make this make sense. But no promises. At one point they're making a fire, and Peggy just whips out a lighter, because they have them in Maryland.
Hey! Wait, how'd you do that?
It's an invention called a lighter.
So Tom Kenny comes in, and he's playing like this warrior mantis. Sounds familiar, I know. And he attacks Patrick just pretty much out of nowhere. And then they have this whole argument about how the mantis thinks that his grandpa is a thief because he took the dragon necklace from Maryland.
The dragon necklace. Where did you get that necklace? It was my grandfather's, a family heirloom. Stop talking! That is Princess Angelica's necklace. Your grandfather stole it.
And for some reason throughout the film, one of the only things that can get Patrick to actually fight well is when they diss his grandpa.
No one insults my grandpa!
So then they beat the mantis and they tie him up, but then almost immediately untie him because Patrick doesn't want him to think that he's a liar and that his grandpa is not a thief.
You mean you're releasing me? You know nothing about my grandpa.
Even though the mantis literally just attacked them. So next up they arrive in the onion town that's filled with these things that are like onion dogs that make these weird crying bark sounds. And they're getting attacked by like an evil tree stump that shoots fire. And the only way that he's defeated is that Patrick is convinced that he dissed his grandpa.
Hey, he just said your grandpa's a fool.
What? No one insults grandpa except grandma!
I sound insane talking about this film. This sounds ridiculous. So then it turns out Mr. Tree Stump Man's under mind control, and they want to get him out of it. And all of a sudden, a fucking sentient ginseng root comes out of nowhere.
Allow me to help you.
Wow. Are you the legendary Maestro Ginseng?
His name is Jimmy Ginseng, by the way, and he plays a song and cures the tree stump of the mind control. He just shows up and starts playing a song, and everyone's just like, yeah, that's normal. Next up, they have a fight against a giant muscular bull. And that's when the Furious Five, the Wonder Seven show up. Ted, who the hell are the Wonder Seven? I'm glad you asked. Me? Well, obviously, they're the best fighters in Maryland. You've got a chicken, a bunny rabbit, a hippopotamus that later, for some reason, insists that he be referred to as a river horse.
You're a hippo.
No, I'm not. I am a river horse.
A fashionable goat, a mad scientist monkey, and my personal favorite, a beagle. With nunchucks. We basically learn that these guys are in a resistance against the evil master, and they go to meet their leader, played by Norm Macdonald. And there's also a random old man turtle that has a human nose. Thought I'd mention that one. It goes into this whole part where the Norm Macdonald line explains like all of the lore in this universe, and we're like 40 minutes into the film. So I'm gonna do my best to summarize that real quick. Okay, hear me out. So there's like these two whales, right? And they're... and they swim around a Dragon Ball, and that's the Dragon Ball of life, right? And but then one of the whales went out of control and started destroying shit in Maryland. But then it turns out that Patrick's grandpa was the prophesized panda warrior, and he defeated the whale and turned it back to normal, which is all fine and good. But then the evil rat comes in.
But during the ceremony, a despicable rat with a despicable plan snuck into Maryland from an evil parallel dimension.
A despicable rat with a despicable plan. That is hands down my favorite line in the film. Why do we need to add the fact that the rat is from an evil alternate dimension? But then the rest of it just like gets out of control.
Using his dark magic, he merged hope and himself into one, declaring himself the evil master of all Maryland, transforming himself into a terrifying nine-headed snake.
What? A nine-headed snake?
For anyone to resist. He destroyed everyone who disobeyed him, and then he took Princess Angelica prisoner. Most of Maryland's citizens were bewitched and forced to form his phantom
Why are they all
army.
cats?
So you can see how desperate every one of us are.
I mean, yeah, I guess. That's a pretty fucked up situation. Holy shit. Like, you can't just throw all of that shit onto us this far into the movie. Okay, so the evil master is a nine-headed snake. You've got Princess Angelica, Grandpa Panda, evil rat. So Patrick wants to fight the bad guy, okay? Go figure, right? So then they put in these two training scenes where he's just freaking struggling. Struggle City, Struggle Town, population Patrick. But then on the third scene, he just starts eating all of these bamboo projectiles projectiles that are part of his training. And the Lion King is like, you're freaking ready, man.
Patrick, you truly are the chosen one.
Really? That fast? Also, what portions of this training pertain to fighting a 9-headed snake? So he gets this giant leaf sword, and it seems super symbolic and important to the story, but that's where they get you. The only time it comes into play again is in the final battle, where he pulls it out and he immediately loses it.
Hey! 18 eyes! I'm gonna give your 1,000 teeth just one chance to give yourself up right now, or I'm gonna...
Okay, so Patrick and the Wonder Seven, they go off to fight the evil master, but lo and behold, they can't find his lair because it's in the sky. It is almost a fruitless effort to try to explain this film. So then the tree stump guy, who's a good guy now, he's like, we gotta talk to this purple raccoon I know. So Patrick and him go and talk to this freaky looking purple raccoon, right? And the raccoon gives him a rock that'll help him find the secret lair. And then they come back and everyone's been captured and put under mind control all of a sudden. There's also this weird moment where they find the goat on the ground, but then the tree guy starts beating the living shit out of the goat for a couple seconds.
Hi, Go. No, I wasn't scared. Are you alright? Everything okay?
Okay, so they find the castle of the evil master. Boom. But then they get attacked by mind-controlled Peggy Skyflyer, who now has throwing knives. And how do they defeat her? You guessed it, probably not. Patrick kicks her in the ass and she farts out of her eyeballs and passes out.
This is gonna hurt me more than it hurts you!
Like, what the fuck? So they enter the lair, but then they get captured by their friends who are also mind-controlled, and then they get brought to the muscular bull guy, but then all of a sudden this happens.
Are you trying to rebel?
No, not rebel. Return!
Huh? Wait, but I thought that you were bewitched.
Well, you thought wrong, didn't you, Crusher? Let's get you back to your old self. Patrick, grab the bull by the horns! Ha ha!
Okay, so from what I can gather here, it appears that everything would lead us to believe up to this point that they were mind-controlled, right? Even going to the length of having a full-fledged battle with one of their allies. However, it was a ruse. They were faking. Oh, God, I don't know what's going on. And then fucking Jimmy Ginseng Root comes back out of the sky.
How are you?
And he turns the bull into a good guy. And now the bull guy's on their side and he gets him into the lair too. And then they find the princess person, right? And they're like, oh, we're gonna save you from the 9-headed snake. Oh, but oh boy, man, you're gonna be pissed. It was a ruse again. Because it's the snake disguised as the princess.
Crusher the ox? Why'd you sell us out? I wouldn't trick my own rescuers.
I'm the one who fooled you, sucker!
What was that?
I'm the one who fooled you, sucker!
I don't know that character. It's a bug that comes in and says a line to imply that they've been fooled by him, but it doesn't explain who that character is, and he never shows up before or after in the film. It remains a mystery to me who that character was. So then they fight the 9-headed snake, right? It shoots out a different element in each head because I don't know. And also one of the mouths shoots arrows out of it because why not? And then the tree guy like blows himself up. Good riddance. We didn't need him anyways. Screw that guy, honestly. Okay, so they find the princess and then the bull guy walks through a lake of poison in order to get her. And then the mantis shows out and he's just tunneled an escape route. There might be over 20 characters in this film designed exclusively to fill plot holes. And it's very hard to keep track of them all. So at the end, there's a final battle between the Wonder Seven and Patrick the Panda and the evil snake master demon thing. Jimmy Ginseng comes back. You know the drill. He's playing the old tune. And I guess it weakens the snake. And then all of a sudden, all of the onion dogs come out and they like cry come on the fucking snake. And then probably the weirdest part of the film happens in these final moments.
Now! Go, go, go! Fight the wind head! Shadow Feet, fight the water head! Mantis, fight the ice head! Bobby Bunny, fight the fire head! Spinny, fight the electric head! Peggy, fight the poison head! Bruce, fight the spear head! Billy, fight the bewitching head! I'll take the main head!
Where did that even come from? Why did it turn into an anime all of a sudden? And then they all attack at the same time, and then he gets defeated, and then the rat crawls out of the snake's mouth and like runs away. And so they win. But not without a dancing scene.
This is hope. This is love.
And then the movie ends, which begs the question, is Patrick just stuck there? Does he just never go home? He's trapped in a horrifically strange nightmare land where nothing makes sense and all of the people are rude. That's horrifying. I think that this movie is probably worse than The Prodigy in particular because there was more on the line for this movie than The Prodigy. It's definitely clear that the animation is done by more than 4 people, and they had enough of a budget to get C, B, or even A-list voice actors in the case of Tom Kenny. So to come out with a movie that is just so incredibly confusing, has so many writing problems, and just looks so bad is so embarrassing. So those were Kung Fu Panda knockoffs. I hope you enjoyed them. I didn't. I had to watch each of those movies at least 5 times. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you like this video, and if you want to tell me what you thought, comment below, baby. Follow me on Instagram, follow me on Twitter, and keep it radical, my guy.
Interview time?
How do you feel?
I feel fantastic. Although, I'll tell you what, I am starting to feel a little bit heavy. There's some noticeable stomach cramping. But otherwise, I feel okay.
Alright, welcome Moses. So, rumor has it that you recently participated in the 5 patty challenge at Five Guys. So, I'm going to be going through some questions. So, just going off it happened today, so how you feeling right now?
Pretty good.
Pretty good? So, what inspired you to do the 5 patty challenge?
Free lunch.
Free lunch. When you were waiting for your burger, what was going through your mind?
Pretty much since the evening before, I'd been trying to mentally prepare myself for the challenge that stood ahead. It seemed like much more of a daunting task than it really was, though. But I will say in those few moments, I was feeling a little bit anxious.
Was there any stomach-related exercises that you did to prepare your stomach for the stress?
Well, in the few days prior, I'd been on a trip before with my friend Tucker. And his family so graciously provided me with more food than I could possibly fathom. And those few days really allowed me to expand my eating capabilities and practice pushing through the wall that so many of us get when we enter eating challenges and feel as though we can't push forward.
When you first laid eyes on the burger after it came out, your order, what did you feel?
I felt some awe. I'm sure we've all seen the video that made Five Guys famous. That large black man sitting in his car singing the song about bacon and cheese and that delicious burger.
While eating the burger, do you have any burger eating strategies?
When I eat my burgers, generally at Five Guys, I try to keep the mess down but maximize the moisture content of what I'm eating. Mm-hmm. So generally what I'll do is I'll keep those little cups of ketchup by my side and periodically take small sips of ketchup from that to equalize the distribution of the condiment throughout my mouth and the meat, but to keep my hands relatively clean. Because what I found is the more ketchup you put in, the more falls out and just goes everywhere.
After you've finished your burger, walk us through the recovery process.
Well, the recovery process I found to be the most challenging part of this endeavor. It's really not the food that gets you, it's the quantity of the food and how your body initially reacts to taking on so much meat at once. Within 10 minutes, I started feeling some pretty serious indigestion. About 3 hours later, some stomach gurgles. Within half an hour after that, it all passed.
So is there any closing remarks you'd like to make?
Closing remarks, 5 petty challenge, easy. Bring it on.
What's next for Michael Mosesian?
What's next? Oh, gee. Well, I'd like to figure out what the maximum capacity of a Five Guys bun is, to see if maybe I could go past the 5 patty threshold and go to a comfortable 6 or 7, and then really see how far I can take that, and then maybe push from there. And really the goal is, a year from now, to be able to eat 14 patties in one sitting.
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, thank you for joining us tonight, Moses. It was great having you. Mike and Mosesian, everyone. 5 patty challenge completionist and burger enthusiast, food night and entrepreneur. Mike and Mosesian, everyone.
100% organic Angus beef.
Americans love their weird foods. If they didn't, Burger King wouldn't have attempted to sell us a bacon sundae in 2012. Gross. But some of these weird meals are extremely local, specific to the areas they were invented in. So, like a sane person, I traveled across the country to try some of the strangest meals in America to answer one simple question, folks. What is the weirdest meal that I could eat? Starting in Rochester, New York. The city of lights, the city of dreams. This is where I braved the pouring rain and headed for the first stop on our journey, Nick Tahu Hots, where we'd be testing out the famous dish, the garbage plate. And I say we because for this stop, I'd be joined by a friend. Hey! Grace Ryder, TikTok extraordinaire, comedian, and also Katniss Everdeen.
The games, the Hunger Games, garbage plate. I'm under the impression a garbage plate is literally just like restaurants used to have all their extra shit and then they would just like literally throw it out and then that's how the garbage plate became a thing.
Yeah, they were just like, give us all the garbage.
They were like, give us all the leftovers.
Give us all the crap that you don't want. In reality, a garbage plate is a bed of macaroni salad along with some home fries. Then it's topped with 2 cheeseburgers, some mustard, and a specialty secret recipe meat sauce. Basically, it's a big old load of slop. And Nick Tahu Hots, that's where the original was born.
So like, I actually kind of really fuck with like slop and like I love tuna. So like, I like stinky, gross food. Like I'm down to eat leftovers all day.
We're gonna head in there. We're gonna get a little sloppy.
Gloppy.
Toppy.
Sloppy.
So we headed on into Nick Tahu Hots to get my first weird meal of this trip.
Can we get 2 garbage plates?
Mac and home fries and everything?
Oh, the classic way.
Classic. Okay, the classic one?
Yeah.
That's it.
And while we're ordering our food, this would be a good time to explain the 2 rules I've given myself for this video. No matter what, even if I don't like the meal I'm trying, I have to take at least 3 bites out of it. 2, if they sell a t-shirt, I will be purchasing that t-shirt. Why this rule? I don't know, I just like a souvenir. Even if the only t-shirt available is a XXL. T-shirt acquired.
Thank you.
The first thing we noticed about this restaurant was surprisingly how empty it was.
It is like shockingly empty in here.
I was expecting like, they're throwing garbage plates. They got like 6 guys.
But without further ado, the garbage plate. Upon inspecting my garbage plate, what stood out to me the most was the slathering of mustard on the hamburger. This thing was possibly the sloppiest looking meal I've ever seen.
If somebody gave this to me, I would be
like, this is...
You just gave me $40.
Just give me a garbage plate.
It also came with a beautiful side of bread.
Just raw bread.
That's for the slop.
Oh, that's the slop of it.
That's the slop
of
it all.
Oh, that's slop at all.
Grace and I spent some time both trying to figure out how to attack this meal. I chose to mix everything up to create the ideal homogeneous slop. And now it was time for the first bite. What I'll say about the flavor, even not being the hugest fan of mustard, once you had it all mixed up, it made sense in my mouth. You've got the creaminess from the macaroni salad, the grease from the meat sauce, the tart from the mustard. It all comes together in a peculiar harmony. That is to say, it was pretty good. We then started observing other strategies to consume the garbage plate.
Yeah, do it like it's like Italy or something.
Yes. Dude.
I'm trying it like this. Garbage plate on toast.
Open face garbage plate.
I'm kind of literally cooking right now.
Yeah, wait a second.
So we finished up our garbage plates and it was time to give it a ranking on the weirdness scale.
The weirdness level, how do we rate the weirdness on that?
I was giving it a 4, but actually my heart's telling me 3.
Yeah, I'd say it was probably 3 on the weirdness scale. But that's okay, because the next spot might be a little bit weirder.
See you later, Grace.
I'm hoping over the course of this journey that I can get something to get close to the illustrious 10 out of 10 on the weird scale. My next stop is in Cincinnati, Ohio, and I certainly could just fly there. For some reason, it feels like less effort to just drive.
So I hit the road, starting my journey to our next weird food, driving 214 miles to my first hotel just outside of Cleveland, Ohio, where I'd be getting some well-deserved garbage plate digesting sleep.
I'm so ready to go to bed. This is probably my worst video idea. Yeah, no, this is probably my worst video idea.
Welcome to Ohio. Ohio. Now that we're here in Ohio, I suppose I'll fill you in on what we're eating today. I've known about this food for years. And this is practically the reason why I did this video, was because I wanted an excuse to go to Ohio to try the real thing. This is a food that I lovingly refer to as Cincinnati dog slop. It's Skyline chili.
Skyline chili is an iconic Cincinnati staple. To put it simply, you start out with a bed of beautiful spaghetti, you top this with Skyline's secret recipe chili, and you finish it off by piling on an almost comedic, decadent mountain of cheese.
And if you're from Ohio, this might seem like a totally normal food. This might just seem like cereal to you. And to that I say, what the hell? I think we're gonna maybe get up to 6 on the freak scale. I've renamed it. It's the freak scale.
So I got ready to roll. I started hyping myself up. I guess I'm gonna be fighting the Skyline chili here. I don't know what I'm doing. I packed up and headed out the door. And oh boy, did I have excitement in my heart, let me tell you. Because today, it was
time to head to Skyline Chili, baby.
So I began my journey of 281 miles to Cincinnati, Ohio. It was nice to be back on the road again, journeying to experiences weird and unknown. And in preparation for my journey to Skyline Chili, I decided to hit up my best friend Tucker's wife, Emma, who spent much of her childhood growing up in Cincinnati, and as a result was a Skyline Chili expert.
You're gonna get good spaghetti, you're gonna get really good fluffy cheese. You can get a cheese coney, you need to get a cheese coney.
What is a coney?
So a coney is a hot dog with Skyline on top.
Oh, like a chili dog?
Yeah, it's like a chili dog, but with Skyline. For Skyline, you can get a 3-way, a 4-way, or a 5-way.
Oh, okay. What's like the local thing to do?
I get a 4 with onions because I don't really like the beans on it.
I might do the one with the onions then.
And they have oyster crackers too that you get first.
Am I supposed to put the oyster crackers on it? Like it's like a cup of clam chowder?
After you eat, there's gonna be like a lot of like chili and juices on your plate. And you can kind of use the crackers to soak it up, and that's pretty good.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, it's good you called, because you would have gone in blind. Yeah, enjoy Skyline.
I will.
So I completed my drive to the beautiful city of Cincinnati, Ohio. And upon parking, I was hit with all of the Skyline branding, and I will say, they did have a mascot in the parking lot, and knowing me, that's a good sign, especially at the home of the infamous Cincinnati dog slop. The moment I sat down, I was overwhelmed with the feeling of local hype that surrounded this restaurant. It was clear that this was a critical part of a Cincinnatian's diet. There were people young and old in here engaging in what seemed to be, at minimum, a weekly ritual. These people, they were like aliens to me, but I wanted to understand them. The menu had a lot of things available on it, but I was only focused on one spot, obviously the cheese conies and Skyline chili. Almost instantly, I was greeted by a very lovely server who walked me through this confusing world I knew so little about.
You could probably eat the regular size spaghetti and have a cheese coney.
Ooh, okay.
Those hot dogs, that's how big the cheese conies are.
Gotcha. I ordered 1 cheese coney and a Skyline chili with onions. And thank God I was given the insider information because I was already impressing the locals.
Good order.
That's a good order? Okay.
They clearly had their system down to a science because my order showed up in quite literally a minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, wow. Oh my God, that was so fast.
So I started off with the coney.
Cheese coney.
This was, as expected, the less weird food of the two. I think a chili dog is a pretty established food item, and in this case, the amount of cheese seemed far more appropriate. But it was also phenomenal, and I could certainly see myself housing about, I don't know, 17 of them?
Pretty good.
So I cleared my palate to move on to the main event, which was the Skyline chili.
The creme de la crop. I'm a little nervous.
This was an intimidating meal because I'd already heard a lot of lore behind this dish, but I couldn't wait any longer. It was time for my first bite. And I must inform all of you watching at home, it was good. Almost more so than the garbage plate, the 3 factors of the Skyline chili seemed to complement each other in a very strange way. It was like an entirely different species of slop that I was engaging with. I knew the food I was eating was weird, but I couldn't stop.
My first impression, I kind of get it. I'm understanding what's going on here.
Something about Skyline chili you should know is that the chili doesn't really taste like regular meaty chili that you'd have with some sour cream or chives or whatever. It had more of a spice to it with cinnamon and cloves that ended up working with the cheese and spaghetti in a great way. It became clear how absolutely critical the cheese was to this entire equation. Because Skyline chili was also soupier than a regular chili, so the cheese acts like a glue that holds every bite together. To be honest, it felt like Midwestern black magic. Overall, I was very impressed with just the essence of community that I felt when I stepped into this restaurant. Despite how weird the food was, you could tell that this was so many people's childhood, and you could tell that people had pride for this chili. So I paid for my food, acquired another t-shirt, and that was another weird food down the hatch.
All right, Skyline chili though. Weirdness, I'd probably put it at maybe a 6 on the weird scale. One thing I will say about Skyline Chili, tasty. That was tasty. 8.5 out of 10 on the taste scale.
So I headed back to my hotel to rest for a little bit, but I actually needed to head back into the city that night because while I was at Skyline, I learned another little piece of insider information.
Grater's ice cream?
It's homemade ice cream.
Is there chili on that too?
Well, they actually do make Grater's Skyline ice cream.
Oh, really?
That's right. Just down the street, there was an ice cream establishment that was selling a Skyline chili flavored ice cream. And I knew I needed to try it.
Because I have to follow the whimsy. I'm gonna go get the ice cream. Could I get it in a cone? Can I get it in a waffle cone? Thank you so much. Okay, here we go.
Tasting this ice cream was really interesting because I had got it in my head that I was going to be tasting a meat and cheese flavored dessert, when in actuality it was a pretty delicious cinnamon flavored creamy treat. But despite the cinnamon flavor, there were other surprises in store for me.
Oh, that's an oyster cracker. There's an oyster cracker in my ice cream. There's a lot of oyster crackers in this ice cream. Oh, that's shocking.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the oyster crackers in ice cream. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that choice. On to day 3.
But before we continue on our journey with weird foods, breaking news, guys, I'm changing my legal name. I'm changing it to Mr. Procrastination. Because, like I've said in the past, I procrastinate on everything, even things that are good for my health. I've been putting off the optometrist for maybe 2 years now, to the point where my glasses have gotten so scratched up that it would be silly to keep putting it off. Which is why I'm a huge fan of ZocDoc, today's sponsor, since the first time I started using it. Because let's face the hard facts of our world. Insurance websites are incredibly frustrating to navigate. I feel like I'm getting lost in the back rooms of badly designed UI to even figure out which doctors I'm allowed to visit. But ZocDoc is awesome because it solves the frustrating part of the experience and makes it actually easy to make appointments. ZocDoc lets you search and compare local in-network doctors. They have over 150,000 providers in 200 plus specialties across all 50 states. And ZocDoc's website has so many reviews from actual patients and detailed doctor profiles so you can actually make an informed choice. Now there is a catch here though, and the catch is that it's free. Oh, whoopsie, that's not actually a catch. This is just a great free service that makes finding healthcare providers and booking appointments easier for everyone. You can click and instantly book an appointment without ever having to make a call. And I've said this before, but ZocDoc is actually how I found my in-person therapist, who I've been seeing since early 2025. And ZocDoc was great in doing this because I was able to search for things that I was specifically looking for, like being in person or being close to me in Los Angeles. And I was able to see reviews from other patients to get an idea of what they'd be like. And if I didn't use ZocDoc, I probably wouldn't have a therapist right now because I would have been procrastinating the process of dealing with my insurance's website in order to get one. So listen, if there's some sort of appointment that you've been putting off, ZocDoc, I'm telling you, it genuinely makes it easy. So head to ZocDoc.com/Ted Nivison to check off that appointment off your to-do list. Thanks so much to ZocDoc for sponsoring, and let's get back to the video, baby. Cincinnati, you have impressed me. Let me say, that was pretty weird.
So I checked out of my hotel, packed up my luggage, made sure to give the rental a good clean out, and headed to the airport because this time I'd be taken to the sky. I said goodbye to my trusty rental car and I headed on in. And before I could get in the air, it was almost like Cincinnati wanted me to lock in the lessons I had learned here. And it worked because I bought 3 of them. But enough distractions, I had to prepare myself for the journey ahead because our next stop in this journey was all the way down in
Florida. Hi, welcome to Florida. I'm slightly outside of Tampa, Florida. I got a new rental car. They upgraded me. It's very nice. There's bugs everywhere. Ooh, I just killed one. Oh. Why did I start in Tampa even though I'm driving north? I wanted a road trip out of this. And so I manufactured one. And we have to drive 4 hours north to Tallahassee, Florida. What's in Tallahassee? Well, you're gonna find out. Come on.
So I began my 275-mile journey from Tampa to Tallahassee. And while I'm doing this drive, I suppose this is a good time to give an actual definition of what I consider to be a weird food. Coming directly from the Tedford English Dictionary, weird meal. A meal assembled from strange ingredients or using normal ingredients arranged in a strange way. Strange, of course, being simply defined as uncommon. Like with the garbage plate, people aren't usually assembling stuff like that. And in the case of Cincinnati dog slop, people aren't often putting chili and cheese on spaghetti. Although I suppose you could make an argument that that's ragu and bolognese. Today I had woken up and immediately hit the road without having breakfast, and this 4-hour drive through Florida was doing a really good job of making me excited for any form of sustenance. So when I showed up to my 3rd location in Tallahassee, Florida, Midtown Caboose, I was hungry as hell.
I am here for one thing and one thing only, and that is a peanut butter and jelly burger. Some of you might be thinking to yourself, oh, well, Ted, I've had a peanut butter and jelly burger before. Me, personally, I think this is a really strange combination of foods, but I'm really excited to try, and I also haven't eaten anything today, so I'm really fucking hungry. So I headed in for my third strange meal of this trip. When it was time to order my food, I decided to test the waters on the local opinion of the PB&J burger.
How is the PB&J burger?
It's awesome.
Is it really?
Honestly, yeah.
This was a very exciting piece of information to learn because after not eating all day, I really didn't want to have something that was going to taste bad. I ordered myself a PB&J burger medium rare with strawberry jelly and a side of Hush Puppies. And almost as fast as I ordered, it was in front of me. The peanut butter and jelly burger. Now, upon my initial inspection, we were already leaking some serious fluid on the western flank.
Got a little bit of leakage over here.
I then realized I wasn't sure how much of this was burger juice versus strawberry jelly, which was an interesting factor to consider, but I couldn't wait any longer. It was time for the opening bite. This burger was a delight. So far, this was my favorite meal I had eaten on the trip. I'm already a pretty big fan of a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but the sweetness of the jelly worked really well with the burger meat, and the peanut butter somehow worked phenomenally as well. I was getting every magical aspect of two beautiful sandwiches in every bite.
It's really good.
It's good?
Yeah, it's banging.
Awesome, yeah.
I was being visited by a culinary angel of biblical proportions. It was almost like eating an entree and a dessert at the same time. It was honestly awesome. So I'm proud to say that I became a member of the Clean Plate Club for this meal. And candidly, if it wasn't socially acceptable, oh man, I would have been licking that plate like a beast. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to acquire a t-shirt from Midtown Caboose, but that burger gave me all the satisfaction I needed. And departing from the restaurant, I found myself both perfectly satiated and entirely at peace. The burger has been completed. The burger has been eaten. Midtown Caboose, pretty good. I enjoyed that a significant amount, more than I thought I would. Now, in regards to the weird scale, I think in theory, the peanut butter and jelly burger is weirder when I think about it than when I actually ate it. I would say that a peanut butter and jelly burger is a 4.5 on the weird scale. On the taste scale, that's ranking for me like at a 9 out of 10 right now on the taste scale. And then tomorrow, we keep driving through Florida because I've got another thing to eat. Good morning, children. Today's goal would be driving from Tallahassee just a short 2 hours to Destin, Florida. But before I start the main drive, I wanted to avoid the hunger I had from the lack of breakfast the day before.
Let's do this thing, baby.
So what better to do in the South than go to the #1 place I always go whenever I have access to this restaurant? Waffle House, baby! Waffle House is in my top 3 restaurants in the world.
Waffle House. I love Waffle House so much. And I never get to get it because they don't have it in California. They don't have it in Massachusetts. I love Waffle House. I want it so bad.
Honestly, if I could do a video where I only went to Waffle House, I would! Unfortunately, there's more than 2,000 of them. But before I was able to get into the Waffle House, I received an interesting call from my friend Curtis Connor via his Soulja Boy smart glasses.
Hello?
Greetings.
Well, you don't want to FaceTime me?
No, I don't have the capabilities right now.
And don't get me wrong, it was nice to catch up with my buddy, but I think that he knew in that moment I was dying to get some waffles.
And I know you're about to get into, you're about to go into Waffle House.
Yeah, I'm about to go to Waffle House right now.
And I knew that because of my Soulja Boy smart glasses.
Oh. Oh, they could see, you could see me from here?
You're gonna order eggs and bacon and hash browns.
No waffles? You don't think I'm going to Waffle House for the waffles? Are you kidding me right now?
Okay, Curtis was kind of right. I did get the sausage ball. But don't get it twisted. I was buttering, slathering, and housing my fair share of waffles like a hungry caveman. Anyways, that's not why we're here. We've got to hit the road. So I began my 159-mile journey to Destin, Florida, with my objective to tasting my final weird Floridian food, which this time around would be none other than alligator tail. And for people from Florida and the surrounding areas, as always, this might not seem like a super strange meal, but let's make sure that we're looking at it from the perspective of the rest of the world. That's a lizard. You're chopping up and eating lizards, guys. Transparently, I have heard that alligator tail has a pretty normal flavor to it, sort of like chicken, but I've never actually tasted it myself, so I had to reach Destin to determine the truth. Now, I didn't spend too much time researching what specific spot in Destin I'd be trying alligator tail from. In fact, I kind of just chose the first restaurant I confirmed was serving it. So imagine my surprise when I show up to my next stop in Destin, Fuddpuckers. I had, without any intention, stumbled upon a gator-themed restaurant. I was stunned. Not only that, but they happened to have world-famous t-shirts. I'm not sure how t-shirts become world-famous, but they did it. The restaurant's branding seemed to be built entirely around gators, and the bit of its name sounding like it's a swear, but it's not. Such as, pucking you since 1982, or the drastically more aggressive, you ain't been pucked till you've been fud-pucked. The fuck? But surely the inside can't be as insane as the outside. They've got a gator show? Look at the amount of gators they just have. They just have these. I had waltzed my way into the most gator-focused restaurant in the entire United States. At least to my knowledge, I've only been to one. But despite all of this distracting nonsense around me, I did have an objective. So I got a table in this crazily decorated restaurant, more ready than ever for my first ever gator tail. As I perused the newspaper-style menu, I realized that there were more gator tail consumption opportunities that I was prepared to choose between.
Because there's fried gator tail, but then there's also ground gator meat mixed with pork. So I'm trying to decide what I should do.
Eventually what I landed on was simply the Gator Tail Bites appetizer, and for my drink, a pina colada. What a wonderful phrase. This place went above and beyond to be thematically gator, because even my pina colada had a little tiny gator on top of it. Then the anticipated gator tail made its appearance. At first look, it fell within my expectations of what I'd get. It is, after all, a fried food. It had a little garnishing of Parmesan on it with a lemon on the side as well as some sauce. All there was to do now was take my first bite. And it was okay. I think the best way to put it was my response when my server asked me what I thought of my first gator tail.
What's it tasting so far?
It tastes like, I don't know, like a normal fried meat.
Because that's all it really was. And being a fan of a variety of fried food, there really wasn't much that set it apart. So in order to get the full gator tail experience, I decided to remove all of the fried shell from one of the gator pieces to try it as pure gator meat. And all that really did was highlight how rubbery gator tail is. It for sure did not make it better. Despite that, I was enjoying the ambience of this restaurant, and the pina colada was good. And at the very least, I got the experience. But after paying for my meal, I knew I had to try one of the gator-themed activities that was offered here. Because earlier, one had caught my eye. Gator fishing. Sorry, it's not actually fishing for gators. You get a little fishing pole and some pieces of bait, and you get to feed the gators in the water below. But I wouldn't miss an opportunity to roleplay like I'm fishing for my meal. At first, I was lowering the bait all the way down so it was easy for the gators to get. But then I realized, well, the most athletic gator should be the one that gets it. The one that wants it the most deserves the treat. Soon I had these gators reaching for the sky. The athleticism was unmatched.
I have to say, some of these gators are really stupid. They don't really know how to eat properly.
They were incredible. I was satisfied. Next, I went into the Fudpuckers gift shop and picked up pasta. Everybody knows what pasta is. It's the sensual Italian food that John Wilkes Booth famously ate before he killed Abraham Lincoln. I'm here with the great-great-grandson of John Wilkes Booth, Randall Booth. A lot of the times when you're the great-great-grandson of a vicious murderer, you get the electric chair. But I thought that there would be a better option for us today. Today, Rambo and I are going to be making pasta from scratch, but we're going to be making it harder for ourselves because we hate ourselves. That's right. We bought one of these guys here. Dual channel TENS massager. Do you even know what that is?
Essentially what it does is it administers little shocks to your muscles so that they contract and feel massaged without the touch of another person.
A little bit of spice, if you will. Making pasta homemade is a very tactile process. You need your hands and arms to work, otherwise you're not going to be making the pasta that the Italians would have been proud of. And then you're going to disappoint the Vatican, and you don't want that. So join us as we make homemade pasta from scratch while electrocuting our muscles and making it almost impossible.
You know, like my heart could stop.
Hey. Welcome to my show. Drugs are okay, kids.
Yep.
We're going to attach the pads to here, and it's supposed to make our muscles contract, and that's just supposed to make it hard for us to live our lives. Are you nervous at all?
Yeah, no, the thing is, I'm reading this and it's saying that, like, do not use on people incapable of expressing their thoughts or intentions.
What?
Do not use on both of your calves at the same time because that may cause a cardiac disturbance. Do not use the unit when in the bath or the shower.
Damn. That's what they said about my toaster, too. I don't understand why there's so many restrictions on these things. Oh, look at that.
What? Oh my god.
Oh, fuck.
I'm putting it to level. Oh my god, what the hell?
Okay, so this works.
That works a lot better than I thought it would.
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Whoa!
It's so...
Oh!
That was
oh my god!
Like, this is, like, I'm not doing... Real fast.
That doesn't even seem real. Because this is an electric machine, we're going to avoid having them on whenever we're doing stuff that involves water, but whenever the water is not directly involved, we'll have them back on, just for the sake of safety.
Yep.
So it's time now to go over the ingredients for homemade pasta. First thing you need, all-purpose flour. That's what we need. Olive oil. Boom. Eggs. Salt. We also spent 3 hours going to multiple Targets today to find this specific KitchenAid attachment so we can make the pasta. We literally drove all around LA.
Should have just called.
That is, I will admit, that is my fault. We should have called ahead, but we were driving around for quite a while and it was ridiculous. I'm gonna start off with a 3 on each side.
I'm gonna start off with a nice, like, 4.
First thing that we need to do, get 2 cups of flour into the center of the shit, man.
You all right? Okay, so let me help out with that, man. There we go. There you go. Great work.
There's just a total loss of motor skills going on.
Oh my god.
I'm just gonna get 1 cup of flour. Okay, this is 1/3 of a cup. We are 1/6 of the way there.
Just what? How many do you need? All right.
What level are you on? What level are you on?
9.
What is happening? You're on 9? Why are you on 9 for that mode?
It's for the pain.
Jesus Christ. Why are you falling?
I don't know. It's just
why
my
is it
body's
knocking you off
reaction.
balance entirely?
There we go. 6, yeah.
We gotta make this into like a nest.
So it's like a nest, like crap. maybe I shouldn't do this one. I'm gonna be real. Make the nest.
It's so ridiculously hard.
Just gotta make the nest.
I know.
Okay.
I agree with you on that, Renbu.
I'm resisting.
Yeah, let me resist.
I'm resisting.
Okay, that's
a bowl.
So now, 3 large eggs.
Let me get it on this one.
Yeah, you want an egg?
Yeah, I got.
Dude, come on. Just grab an egg.
I'm trying.
Just
I'm
take
not.
an egg.
I'm not kidding. I am trying my hardest to pick up an egg right now.
Just take a single egg.
I can't. I got one. I did it.
I think you got it.
I got it. And then just
fuck, dude.
Crap. Oh no. I'm gonna need you for this.
It's like pissing out. Oh, there's more shell.
There's more shell. Are we just gonna have some crunchy spaghetti? I feel like you put it on a much easier setting.
Any higher, it's like painful.
Oh, I'm tensing my muscles so that I can resist.
How does it feel to lose control of your own body?
I'm actually trying so hard to pick up this egg, and I can't. I got it. I got the egg. Okay.
My precious.
I got the egg. Get it away from me.
I'm just gonna pour in some salt.
That's enough. That's way more than enough. I think.
Half a tablespoon.
There's a reason why there's a 20-minute limit on this.
No, I'm trying to pour
You
it.
don't need me for this.
No!
Come on, man, just pour it.
Dude, I'm trying to not pour too much.
I don't
but
get what the big
starts
deal is.
lifting my armband cup as I try to. Son of a bitch. That's
There we go.
enough.
That's
That's enough. So we need to break the yolks.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
I think that's mixed enough.
That's mixed enough.
Surely that's
mixed
mixed
enough.
Use your hands to gently bring the flour inward to incorporate. Me, dude.
I mean, you're actually not doing too bad. That's like pretty good.
Have you made?
No! Get it, move it. Group. Oh God. I don't know if it's gonna be possible to make this into a ball now.
Why?
I don't know.
But before we continue on with this chaos, it's sponsor time! Today's sponsor of this video is Public.com, which is an app that lets you invest in stocks and funds all in one app. What's awesome about Public is that it helps people be better investors, because it has a great feature that lets you follow other investors and share ideas within the app, so you're not just a bumbling fool walking around Wall Street without a shirt or shoes. Trust me, I would know. People like Phil DeFranco, Cody Ko, and thousands more are on the app. I also joined Public, and if you search for me in the app, you can see what sort of trends that I follow. Everybody knows I'm a businessman, and now it's real. On Public, you can buy slices of stocks versus just buying a full share. Plus, alongside thousands of stocks and ETFs, Public also offers over 20 crypto assets if you're into that sort of thing. The app is free on standard stock trade, as free as a man running shirtless through a cornfield in South Dakota. You'll get a free stock worth $300 to $300 if you go to public.com/TED and create an account. Once again, that's public.com/TED. Link in the description, baby. Thanks for watching the ad, and let's get back to the video.
It's just so sticky around me fingies. It says to knead it for 8 to 10 minutes.
Okay, well, get started.
Here I go. Okay, so apparently we screwed ourselves by allowing the bowl to break. So that's what our electric version looks like. This is not gonna be edible. You try to knead that. I'm gonna turn mine off and see what we should be at. Okay, so I gotta use my hands. Slowly incorporate it.
No, no.
How is this even supposed to happen?
I don't know.
No! I did it perfectly.
Did you?
I thought I did.
No. Do we just put this through the grinder and see what happens?
It's not over yet.
Okay. What if we just boiled this?
Boiled it and fed it to a fucking starving child?
Yeah.
I say we force feed it to the president.
Good.
Yeah.
The plan continues.
Continuing your family legacy.
Yeah.
Wait a second, can I just use this fucking stand mixer for this process? I have a dough hook.
You had a dough hook? That whole time, you had a hook made for dough in a mixer, and it did not cross your mind once.
Yeah, I didn't really consider that this was an option.
Yeah, it would have been nice.
Fuck. After a lot of trial and error, I think that our dough works now. Perhaps we're able to move on. The dough is finished rising. I hope that it is good. We're both exhausted at this point. We've had electricity running through our body for about 2 hours now.
We could have turned it off while the camera was off.
We became addicted to it. We're gonna open up this dough. What are we supposed to do next? I guess we're gonna cut this in half.
Holding a knife while doing this?
Hey man,
Yeah,
how's it going?
It's doing good. Yeah, you're gonna cut the spaghetti?
Maybe. Maybe I'll cut something else, you fucking bastard.
It seems like... Oh my god.
Welcome to my channel, Rambo! Okay. We have to set this into an oval-shaped flat disc.
All right.
The next step that we have, bust out the KitchenAid. I guess I just put this in here. Here we go. Come on. Go through.
Yeah, there we go.
Wow!
That worked really well.
Don't get your fingers stuck in there.
I'll try.
I guess we have to fold into thirds. Fold into thirds like that. Little flippy dippy do. This is actually kind of working out right now.
This is working really well.
No, something bad's happening.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry.
No!
So remember when you said that things weren't gonna go wrong?
Yeah, I spoke way too soon on that one. It's doing
working.
it.
It's
doing
working.
it.
Yes!
We have it.
Yes! Why is this happening to me?
Sorry, we can't all be perfect.
Come through, please. What have I done wrong?
I don't know.
Oh, thank God.
Oh my God, it's actually working.
This makes me so mad how yours is working and mine's not.
Yes!
Please.
Oh, wait.
Please! Why? This is
two-person operation.
Holy shit.
Oh my God. That's gotta be enough for at least one spaghetti.
Who even cares about this, am I right? I mean, this wasn't, the fluke. It was a fluke. Something was wrong with that thing. That's the only reason why this.
It was defective. Yeah.
Give me your tens unit.
Give it to you?
Yeah, give it me. This is mine, right? I made this.
I made that.
Yeah?
Oh, Jesus.
I made it,
no,
right?
It's still mine.
9? How about a 9?
Are you punishing me for being better?
How about a fucking 10, bitch?
No, oh my God.
Admit it, Rambo.
Okay, fine. It's yours. It's yours.
That's what we like to hear. Thank you, Rambo. You're so right. It is this. I did make this one. That's so. I'm so happy to have you here on my channel.
I'm happy to be here.
This is the hardest part.
Oh my god. Lift it high. I'll guide it in with my arms that work. Okay, ow. Oh my god. It's in. Just don't let it crumple. Just don't let it crumple. Look at that. Look at that.
Look at that. Spaghetti!
We got the spaghetti!
Spaghetti!
Yes!
Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, we, together, but mostly me, made spaghetti today. The next step, though, it's time to add the pasta that we made whilst being electrocuted to the water and cook it.
Slowly lower it in. Remember, it cooks a lot faster, apparently, so we have to use the wall test.
The what?
The wall test, you know? You throw it at the wall, see if it sticks.
Oh, yeah, the wall test. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, no, I'm aware of the wall test.
You know the wall test.
Yeah, back at my, my culinary shit.
Not multiple. You could just grab one. I mean, okay. Well,
Wall test.
Okay.
My kitchen is such a fucking mess at this point.
Oh, that's all right. Just sweep it under the rug.
Like all those dead bodies that you killed. Grandson of John Wilkes Booth, also known as...
You don't have to keep bringing it
Randall
down.
Booth.
I've moved on.
The country hasn't.
If you're gonna try pasta that you made while you're getting electrocuted, you have to do it while you're still getting electrocuted with the pasta. What we're gonna do now is I'm gonna try this pasta. We only have enough for me to eat some, aka he's not gonna fucking face reveal, you dumbasses.
Yeah,
I'm very excited for this.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your reaction. Was that because of the electricity or?
I'm in pain. That's actually good. I mean,
did it actually turn out good?
Yeah, no, it's like fucking fresh pasta.
Wow.
Fresh, delicious pasta. Wow. My arms feel like they're on fire. Delicious. All in all, Rambo, what did we learn today?
Well, I think that we learned that electricity makes cooking food a lot better.
I think that we've beaten the challenge a little bit, guys. I think that we beat the electricity. Electricity has nothing on us.
You know, the real lesson that I learned.
What'd you say? What'd you fucking say, asshole?
Nothing. I didn't say anything. I wasn't gonna say a lesson at all.
I'll fucking murder you in cold blood.
Is that because of the electricity, or is that just something that you wanted to do?
See you guys later next time for the next video. T-shirts. We wear them for fashion, comfort, and because society expects us to, because apparently, if we don't, we're naked. People do incredible things with t-shirts, like buying a Coca-Cola shirt, essentially paying the company to be a walking advertisement for them. That's dope. These days, anyone can make a t-shirt, and there's a t-shirt for everyone. So I got in a call with my buddy Schlatt and Charlie, and we took a look at some of the most ridiculous t-shirts that we could find on the internet, and then attempted to make some of our own. Enjoy. Welcome, boys. We're back for a third time.
What? Rocking the flesh today, rocking the flesh.
Charlie, I'm pissed at you for leaving our podcast.
Dude, fuck you.
Fuck me.
Fuck you, man. Fuck
me.
you. Hey, how's that vegetarian sandwich been treating you? Bro, it takes out most.
Put your fucking hands up right now.
Whoa, okay, all right,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
All right, man.
Now twerk.
Twerk
I'm gonna do
it.
twerking.
When do I help? When do I stop? I think I dislocated my fucking arm.
You know how white people will get like other languages tattooed and then the translation makes no sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. The flip side of that is t-shirts from places where they don't speak English, and then you wind up with shit like this.
Too drunk to fuck.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Hey, let me raise you something else here.
Fart sexy style.
Sexy. Ooh, fart sexy style.
Charlie, I would pay a lot of money for that, but money is like much not.
Now, I could have said that. I could have said that better over my.
What?
It didn't send, man. You might be a little stupid, man. That was a little dumb, man. Do not dumb here, not dumb area here.
I know, not dumb here, no dumb area here. But please, as they say, think less. Stupid more.
True. No, you're right.
Don't really know how to segue into this one. Try my delicious salt beef.
Here's a shirt that's just sort of a failure. Like, they were typing it. I think they may have gotten attacked by a rat.
That's very specific.
When God were me, he was.
They did all the effort of like embossing the God text and shit.
And then they got attacked by a rat is my leading theory right now.
Quick, Ted, edit me. When God?
I got a good shirt for you guys here today.
That is awful.
Whoa. That just seems, I mean, it seems like it ticks all the boxes, and yet it's so compelling.
Did you make this shirt originally?
No, what do you think? I am an artist? I had it commissioned.
You commissioned this? Charlie, every time we met, you'd always be wearing your own merch.
The thing is, you say you don't remember anyone else. Every time I met you, you were always wearing this.
What the fuck is this, man? You know what I see? What really pisses me off? There's a blanket on Redbubble that's a tile image of my face over and over again, and people like have it.
Guys, I fucking forgot I did this. I held a fucking like crowd design thing using a crowd design website.
You can't do?
looks like I'm just like in a car.
One of the topics that came up in one of our last times we did this together was Ohio and its lack of food. One of the other things about Ohio that everybody remembers is that Harry Potter hates Ohio.
Where is Hogwarts?
Ohio.
Is it in Ohio?
I wish it was in Ohio.
You think Hogwarts is in Ohio?
What about the field trips that Harry Potter and the gang do to Cleveland, Schlatt? Don't you remember that from the books?
Yeah.
And do you remember the big Harry Potter and the sort of like large empty cornfield and big road? Do you remember that book?
Sometimes there are very targeted t-shirts. Have you ever seen one of these shirts before? Nobody is perfect, but if you were born in August 1962, you are pretty close.
Who is gonna buy that?
Literally, the target demographic is like dead.
Dead?
Dead?
You can't scare me. I have 3 sisters.
I just realized that's the tag. That is not. I just know why I did that. I'm so sorry.
September born are the most difficult ones to understand. They are very smart and can get bored easily. Known flirts, but they are very loyal in true relationships. They've got hard time sitting still with their childlike energy. They're forever young. They are masters at being random. They have an answer for everything. They can change their minds in a second. Lovers, not fighters, but they will still knock you out. I also like how knock you out. That's like
it's completely fucked.
I got a good shirt.
Yeah.
Dude.
What?
Come on, man.
What do you mean?
What's going on here? Why do you
Sure,
have,
okay,
what do you
no,
say?
no, 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 no.
This is a good
No.
Puma shirt. We're not sharing favorite shirts.
No, these are all the great.
These are good. These are good.
They're tight.
You want me to find a loose one? A looser one?
Yeah, find me a looser one.
How about this? It's a loose shirt.
It's not even a t-shirt though. It's a.
What do you mean?
It's a shirt. It's not a t-shirt.
How about this one?
There's no t-shirt. There's not even a t-shirt there.
That's great, man.
Is this on Redbubble? And how much is it?
Hey, pound my cake, daddy.
Oh.
All right. Okay, man.
I could see you wearing this one though, Ted.
Yeah. You just made this. You just made this shirt. Is what you said.
No, man. No, man.
I am Ted, Nivison, and Jay. And I suck big cock. Oh.
If you're having trouble reading the I part.
Hey, Ted, it looks like what it says. I had a hard time earlier. It looks like what it says
okay.
is I am Ted, Nivison, and I suck big cock.
And then I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna switch into this shirt.
Oh my god! That's what I'm talking about! Now that's a fucking shirt! God! It's got fucking tie-dye, it's got fucking galaxy, it's got freaking gay.
And we all know what's under that tiger. We've seen the original image. Schlatt, I'm sure you've seen the top.
Might actually still be back there.
What? Hey, Schlatt, before you do anything, I'm just gonna ask you to not swipe down on that pillow.
He's
no,
swiping up, Ted! He's
no,
swiping up!
no,
He's
Schlatt, do
swiping
not
up, Ted!
change the direction
You
of the
fucked up,
sequence.
dude!
The sequence, Schlatt.
Wrong
Wrong way!
Stop! You're done! You're done!
Put the sequence
It's
down,
I'm ready to
Schlatt.
sleep. I'm ready
Hi, I hope you're enjoying yourself. Let me play out a scenario to you, though, that's happened to me about 150 times. You're in bed, browsing on your phone, and boom, you dropped it on yourself. There is data to suggest that this has happened to about 60% of you, so don't play coy, okay? Because it's also happened to me. Thankfully for you, though, this video was sponsored by Rhino Shield, baby. Rhino Shield is known for making the most protective and custom phone cases on God's green earth. But not only that, they just launched their brand new phone grip. The grip makes it easy to take group photos with your totally real friends. Happy birthday, real friend John. It's got a built-in kickstand in it, so when you're on FaceTime with your mom and she wants to talk about book club, you don't need to pay attention to that.
And that's when Donna revealed she's been illiterate the whole time.
Ah, wow, that's cool. Wait,
What? And now you can scroll on your phone in bed without having to explain at work the next day that black eye, well, it's from dropping my phone on my face. It's made from 85% recyclable PET bottles, and it's available in 2 sizes, Grip Mini and Grip Max. You can even pair your grip with a Rhino Shield phone case. Head to the link in the description, enter code TED, and this week you'll get 20% off, and if you're watching after this week, you'll get 10% off. Thanks so much for checking out the sponsor, guys, and let's get back to the video. I'm not saying I'm I'm just nobody. Wonder Woman, me and saying I'm saying has ever seen Wonder Woman in the same room together.
I'm not saying Wonder Woman. I'm just saying no has Bomi ever and seen Wonder Woman in the same room together.
I'm just no Bo. Saying Wonder Woman, I'm saying has ever seen me in Wonder Woman in the same room together.
I am a pee hole man. I love pee. I drink pee and I fuck my wife.
Yes.
I was born in September. I protect my meat. I eat guns and own my wife. If you don't like it, move.
Hey, Snowflake! In the real world, you don't get a participation trophy! Not everybody is a winner! No one owes you anything! Screaming doesn't make you right. Sometimes you actually lose. Crying doesn't solve problems. Nothing is free in this world. People are gonna say things that you don't like. And you are not special! So get on your knees and
suck this hero off.
Patriot officer's cock!
Suck this hero officer's cock. You suck the hero pee hole of this officer that owns his wife and was born in September.
Officer, either you're gonna unlock that AR-15 and unload into my fucking skull, or you're gonna take those pants off and we're gonna fucking kiss with our assholes.
Now what we're going to do, guys, we've seen a lot of t-shirts, we've seen some really high quality t-shirts, but I think the 3 of us could do a little bit better than that.
Can you just point me in like a direction?
Each of us are going to be making 2 t-shirts. 1 targeted t-shirts. You a February boy, a January girl, who knows? And then 2, a place you're from, whether it be, I don't know, Boulder, Colorado or something. The Boulder beaches of Boulder, Colorado. Who knows? All right, so we'll meet back in 15 to 20 minutes, and we will have our shirts ready to rock, baby. We tried our best. I didn't have enough time for the second shirt, so we'll see how that goes.
I'm a little nervous this time.
Everybody's gonna love my shirts.
Well, then it's not fucking targeted, is it, Schlatt?
That's a general population shirt, Schlatt.
Right,
you don't want
so it has to be a targeted shirt?
Yes.
Okay, fine. How about this one? Say it, Ted. This is my targeted shirt.
I don't know if I want to say it.
What do you mean? This is my targeted shirt for you.
I feel like if I say it, it makes it more real. I am Ted Nivison, and I will die on October 23rd, 2025.
Oh, put that in the video.
Schlatt, how bad are you going to feel if I die on October 23rd, 2025?
I had a great run with Prince Philip already.
I got actually a lot going on October 23rd, 25, so...
Well, not anymore.
Maybe only 2 events after this date, it seems like. A wake and a funeral. All right, well, what do you got, Charlie?
I feel bad now because mine isn't like
a death threat.
It's not a death threat to specifically me.
It's more of just I think there's gonna be someone out here who appreciates it.
That's right. I'm a November man and a proud father, but I did want boys, Catherine. Come here.
That's
Dude,
sick as
thank
fuck.
you.
It is. That
Dude,
that goes pretty hard.
Shirt, and I'm not gonna lie, the first thing I did was put a target on it and put "come here," and then it kind of kept like it kept started coming.
I've got mine for you guys here. This is a pretty targeted shirt. It doesn't say anything about my life at all.
It's good because there's not much of it left.
We fled when I was 6. Nizhny Novgorod, Russia. So, yeah. My dad does not have a good relationship with the CIA. Also, I was born in June.
I didn't realize that I put when twice, so that's actually just a genuine mistake.
No, it made it so much better.
Also, I have a great relationship with the CIA.
Oh, do you?
We've actually been conspiring on something. We're collabing in a couple of years.
You got a collab with the CIA?
Yeah, in October.
Well, what year?
2025.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's great. Oh, no, that's awesome. I'm so happy to hear that.
That's big. Dude, I can't wait for the drop.
So the next category that we had was shirts based on a location that I guess someone's been to. I didn't have time for this one, so we'll just...
Oh, wow, that sucks.
Bro. Wow.
This says a lot.
Yeah.
Why?
So you got started on this one, huh?
Dude, I was planning on working back from what I had just
Where was it
written
gonna
there,
go
but
from here? I mean, why green? Let's really dissect this.
you know, they wear green. The soldiers.
No, they don't. Not that green.
It's in the same category.
Same genre of color.
Come on, you guys gotta let me free from
I
this.
don't know what
Yes,
you're looking
yeah.
for here.
So what are you gonna make me stick on this?
Listen, I think you saying "let me free from this," having made a shirt about North Korea, is a bit in poor taste. I took this one as I took it a little more close to home, so I made a shirt about my hometown, my home state.
That's hang on.
Andrew Cuomo killed all of the elderly in New York.
Now, that's a crazy claim to make.
Wow.
He did kill a lot of elderly people.
Well, thank you for this. Don't sap like nothing has been done.
I'm sorry, North Korean Comic Sans,
It's just
dude.
North Korea. It's like you go to North Korea, you get a North Korea
You go there
shirt.
and you get merch. You think they're making merch?
Let me follow us up with just a nice, sort of neutral, good, funny shirt, guys.
Beware the one from Ohio.
And why is Ohio in quotes?
Oh, yeah. Why is Ohio in quotes?
I'm just saying, I've never heard of anyone from Ohio that wasn't lying about it.
Dude, that's like a sign that says, "Do not feed the birds," and the birds are in quotation marks. Like, what the
Well,
fuck
it
is that
makes you
supposed to
worry,
mean?
right? It makes you worry.
Yeah.
You
It does
should
make
be
you a little
worried.
worried.
Thanks so much, folks, for watching this video.
Anyway, we'll see you back here really anytime in the next, 3 years and 2 months.
Bye, Ted.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that specifically to me. Okay, so TikTok live streams have gotten worse, I think. About a year ago, I made a video on the wacky world of TikTok live streams and what various grimblies and creatures roam within its musky environment. Now, it's been a year, which means that the entire environment of TikTok live streams has had a whole year to mature. We were in 5th grade at one point, and now... shit, we're about to graduate elementary school. Last time we saw our friend Galaxy Kid, he was freaking out about not having people send him galaxies while he built a card tower. And we saw a variety of other TikTok live streams that were designed to either trick, goad, or just beg people for money on TikTok. So I've dove back in, and we're gonna be taking a look at how TikTok live streams have developed over the past year. Starting with, first, edging streams. Not that kind, okay? Not that kind. Couldn't think of a better name, but you're gonna understand why I'm calling them this. This type of TikTok live stream is great because they set up a scenario where the streamer is about to do something and they keep the viewer on the edge of their seat. And they often require certain donation goals in order to do the thing. Why is this different than something like a Twitch stream with normal donation goals? Well, 90% of the time, the stream revolves entirely around that goal. There's no funny commentary or any other entertaining aspect to the stream. It's literally just the streamer hyping up the big finale, the big kahuna, or in the case of this stream, popping that big fucking balloon. The biggest balloon that you've ever seen. I don't even know what this is made out of. I bet you're wondering what's gonna happen if they pop it. They're not going to pop it. Ever. Now, how do they get away with just not popping the balloon? It's right there. It's ready to be popped. But they create a little bit of drama between the characters on this live stream on when to pop the balloon.
5! Bro, we need more people. No way, guys. Wait, wait. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Stop, wait. Only 400 viewers. We need more people. We need 2K viewers and we will pop it this people. Let's do it, bro. Let's do it, no?
This is like watching a deep cut performance art or a ballet. Look at the way this guy moves his hands. He has no intention to pop that balloon. He's not even holding something sharp. That's a fucking air pump. And for the rest of the time that I was recording this stream, the guy behind the camera just has his phone out and he's telling everyone to like follow this other account that he's trying to boost. And then the view count of this live stream just starts to plummet because they all realized, oh, hey, this guy's just not gonna pop this balloon. He just started filibustering on this live stream. And nobody wants that unless your favorite show is C-SPAN. And personally, I would rather shoot myself with a gun.
You know, the weapon. Before we continue, this video is sponsored by Opera GX, baby. Opera GX is on a mission to help you break up with the boring milquetoast browsers you've been using your whole life and have fun while doing it. And if you're part of the gamer nation, well, Opera GX is the browser for you. For starters, default browsers hog PC resources, but Opera GX ain't that kind of browser. It's perfect for when you want to keep a bunch of tabs open, but you don't want your browser to hurt your gaming performance. They've even got a panel that lets users limit the amount of CPU and RAM that they're willing to let their browser use. And listen, default browsers are boring. Come on. Opera GX offers a ton of customization. And with the GX store, you can now find ways to flip your browser 180 with one click and pretty much change anything you want. You can change the background music, keyboard sounds, opening and closing tabs, themes and colors of the browser, and so much more. And finally, they make it incredibly easy to switch browsers, as Opera GX is equipped with an import tool that allows you to quickly import all of your settings from a previous browser to Opera GX, like browsing history, bookmarks, and cookies. It's also compatible with every Google Chrome extension. Use my link below to download Opera GX today, and thank you so much for Opera GX for sponsoring this video. And now let's get back to it. Later on in my search, I ran into another one of these streams, and I started to notice some suspicious things.
If you guys want your name painted on this balloon with wet paint, we're doing it for the witch gift today to celebrate Halloween.
Okay, so first of all, it's November 15th when I'm recording this. Halloween? What the fuck are you talking about? I also noticed that he was not saying an accurate number to how many people were watching the stream.
Paint you up there for the witch gift. 7,100 people are here right now. Holy cow. Bro.
And then I realized, oh, okay, I know what's going on here. This is a recording that someone took of someone else's stream and started playing it on their own, which kind of really nails in how soulless this type of live stream is. Someone else can get a screen recording of these people's live stream and then just repurpose it to get more roses or whatever the fuck they're sending on TikTok Live. Despite this being a recording though, I wanted to see that fucking balloon pop. Maybe that's why I've made 2 videos now on these TikTok live streams, is because I am being victimized by these TikTok live streams. That's maybe that's why. I want people out there like me to have a fighting chance. So I turned on a screen recording and I put my phone on my desk and I just let it sit there. So I'm gaming away, getting some chicken dinnies on PUBG. And I turn back to my screen and the live is ended. So I'm like, fuck yeah, the balloon must have popped. Let me go look at the recording. And this is how the live stream ended.
Let's crush this thing together, brother.
Okay. Alright. They ended it without a conclusion? Are you fucking kidding me? That is diabolical. I'd go as far to say that's dastardly. Yes, I would. That's evil. It's not necessarily because I didn't get to see the conclusion and that I didn't get to see the balloon pop. I would have loved to. I would have been delighted. I would have even been charmed. But I'm just thinking of all those poor people that were sitting, hundreds of people that were sitting in the live and sending money so that they could see the balloon pop, and that person just grabbed all their money and fucking went for the hills? Are you kidding me? Imagine little Jimmy just yay high, got his mom's credit card, he's spending money, he's spending cash, and the live ends and all he sees is his reflection in the black mirror of his own sadness. Are you kidding me? If I was little Jimmy, I would run for the hills. I'd get one of those sticks, you know the ant that's ready to like run away? Some bread in there, some jam, $20, going for the hills. That's where I'm going. I'm leaving town. It's messed up, but the lies don't end there. The next live stream I found was this person who posted a TikTok in a convenience store saying this.
What happens if hide in the store for 24 hours? Talk. Check my life.
So they're basically implying that they're going to be live streaming themselves in this store for 24 hours. But when you go to their live stream, there is nothing to indicate to us that he's in an actual store. He's just not in a store. He's in his bedroom. So he went to the store, recorded the TikTok, went home, posted the TikTok, and now he's streaming in something that he has spent zero effort to make look like he's in an actual store. Where exactly in the 7-Eleven are we supposed to expect this to be happening in? What part of a convenience store has a residential sliding door? Not only that, but all of his attempts to get people to send money to him are centered around him being encouraged to break his own cover.
Someone's there. Wait. Hello?
So there is no way that he would not be caught doing that. This guy's got Sneak 100 and the universe that he is living in is Skyrim.
Hello?
Did you just hear that? Yeah, that was weird. Can you go see what that was? Yeah, it sounds like somebody's in the back. I'm gonna go look. Huh. Must have been the wind. We're in a building. It's also not like he's tricking anyone. The entire chat is just saying cap the whole time. They're all just saying cap. Nobody believes he's doing this. People are probably getting their entertainment out of watching him pretend that he's in a store. He's the one doing the scam, and he believes it the most out of anyone. Now, in order to get these viewers into these TikTok live streams in the first place, these creators need a good hook. So something has emerged on TikTok I'll refer to as bait video, which is a normal TikTok that explains their live stream and gives a call to action to the viewer to come join their live stream. Basically being like, come on in, the water's fine. Put me in a hot tub, editor. Hey, come on in, the water's fine. Every TikTok live stream is just like a hot tub with a weird old dude being old and weird. So for instance, the Balloon Boys from earlier used it this way.
I'm live right now. If I'm holding the popper like this, that means the world's biggest balloon pop's happening. But if I'm holding the popper like this, that means no pop. The pop is not happening if I'm holding the popper like this.
Taking advantage of someone's curiosity and then trapping them in the purgatory of almost popping a giant balloon. Pop the balloon. When are you gonna pop that balloon? I gotta see that balloon pop. I gotta see that balloon pop. Some have figured out how to use this technique for evil. Evil with a capital E. As in E for evil. Introducing the final boss of every bait video I have ever seen on TikTok Live. Spike Hair, or just Spike for short. That's not their real name, but hey, that's just business. Because that is sharp hair, and don't style it that way if you don't want to get called Spike. That's just what happened. Now Spike is smart, real smart, because like other TikTok Lives, he's tapped into the inner rage of the internet. They've tapped into the vibrations of a kindergartner teasing you on the playground. And they use this teasing against every person that has questioned a lie that they have been telling for God knows how long. And that lie is that they don't blink in their live streams.
You closed your eyes to sleep, so technically you blinked? That's so cap because I don't blink. See, look, this me not blinking right here. I have not blinked for 14 days. You can even check my live if you don't believe me.
This makes me want to commit arson. I want to burn the house. The house. I want to burn the house down. The White House. Nope, don't say that. They are an artist. I will give them that. They are incredibly talented at making me want to prove them wrong. This TikTok alone got a full 5 minutes out of me just sitting there watching their fucking eyeballs. Not only that, but this exact response they have done to hundreds of comments in the exact same way, to the point where it's like a little creepy.
You literally blinked every second of the live? That's so cap because I don't blink. You literally blinked every second of the live? That's so cap because I don't blink. You blinked right when I blinked? That's so cap because I don't blink. You blinked right when I blinked? That's so cap because I don't blink. You blinked right when I blinked? That's so cap because I don't blink. Right here. You need to check my live now.
So you might be wondering, why are they doing this? Sure, it's good to have people entering your live stream, but why do they seem to be intentionally pissing people off? From what I've gathered, based on how these creators on TikTok behave, it appears that any sort of interaction with a live stream can help it do better. So grinding the gears of every single person they can find to the point where they're replying to comments is sort of helping their live stream in the end, because they're causing more people to come in and investigate for themselves and also get pissed. And usually they're doing some sort of other insanely shameless behavior, like when I stopped in, they were pouring ketchup on their head while just walking around their kitchen.
I think Angie's got a ketchup problem.
I just want to know what they say their job is. Do they say they work in accounting? I would never admit this. And I'm sure maybe half of the people there were just waiting to see them blink. I think my favorite thing is that clearly they're lying in order to get viewers into their live stream, but in a classic internet fashion. They've made a thumbnail for every single one of their teasing bait videos with the caption, "This is obviously a joke, laugh crying emoji." Huh? What is the joke exactly? It's not sarcasm. You're not being facetious. You're just saying the same statement over and over again. What's the punchline? That you lied? Okay, moving on. On the last video, I talked about all of the various reverse psychology streams that exist on TikTok Live. You've got Galaxy Kid, the massive amount of sleep streams where like, oh, don't wake me up. Don't send money to wake me up. And then the ones where they pitted politicians against each other in like weird cartoon races. Since then, the reverse psychologists have taken something that is a little bit near and dear to all of our hearts and has never been corrupted before. That's right, I'm talking about Minecraft. This is a horrifying stream. Watching this feels like I'm one of those people that attended the Bored Ape NFT party where they used those like high-power medical disinfecting UV lights as decoration, aka my eyes hurt. I guess someone out there created a mod for Minecraft that has a TikTok integration system where the only goal of the streamer is to build like 4 layers of blocks in Minecraft, and the viewers predictably can send money to destroy it. And it's not just the first guy I found. There's a massive amount of people using this mod. Like a shit ton of people are doing this. Sometimes they'll put a little face filter on that makes it look like they're absolutely miserable, and sometimes they'll provide a little bit of commentary of their own. It's like a modern day retelling of Sisyphus. This man is doomed to continue building these blocks in Minecraft for eternity. And there's another stream that is very similar to that tale, like this GTA 5 mod where the streamer is doomed to keep running up a hill, and the viewers are sending cars down the hill trying to knock him down.
Yo, K, listen. Don't do that, K. Don't do that, K. Yo, Chrissy, don't.
I will admit, this one feels less like they're clocking in for misery for hours at a time. This feels more like that one Fall Guys map, which is pretty sick. Personally, I don't know if I could do this for more than an hour, so I hope that they're making like a shit ton of money. No, actually, I don't. I hope that they're losing money. I hope that their power bill is so expensive running this mod that they lose money. Now, there is one type of TikTok live stream that I have not spoken about yet, but it's arguably the biggest and most prominent TikTok live trend that has happened this year. It has in many ways taken the TikTok live streaming community by the balls and is milking it dry. This trend, of course, is the NPCs.
Roses, oranges, lemonade, burgers too.
These are the most dedicated of TikTok live streamers. Those who have chose to dive so far down the rabbit hole of TikTok live that they have forfeited their own humanity. Don't know what I'm talking about? Watch this.
Roses. Smells almost as good as Monster. Roses.
This is basically where someone is pretending to be an idle character in a video game. And when people send them money, they'll say a specific line from their character, whatever it is. And apparently, if you're successful at this, you can make a lot of money. One streamer in particular, Baby Doll, who you may have seen before online, has made around $3,000 on average from one day of streaming this stuff at her peak. But what they don't really talk about is how awkward things can get in between donations. Now, these NPC streams don't just need to be one person, though. And I think that's when it gets even more fascinating to watch.
Ice cream.
I love ice cream.
Let's turn it up.
Yep.
Galaxy no kisser.
Well,
500,000 likes, and I do a gum clap. Corn. Corn. First gifter. Yes, drink this.
Ooh, energy.
This, what do you think they argue about? Like, what is a couple who does TikTok NPC live stream squabble on? When I see stuff like this online, I try my best not to be a hater. But I am so glad that I will never stoop to this level unless I was doing it ironically. I think my next favorite thing is when an NPC streamer is sent so many donations that they literally cannot stop saying the same thing over and over again, like this one.
I'm hungry. What's for dinner? 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 I'm hungry. What's for dinner?
Jesus Christ, change your donation goals. You're going to hurt yourself. After doing all of my digging into these live streams, after seeing all these giant balloons that never pop and NPCs that won't stop talking, I stumbled upon one final live stream. And I think I found what is the final evolution of a TikTok live streamer. This is the final stage of a TikTok streamer's life cycle. They begin to morph into the very essence of what they seek. Just a human person that pays taxes, who has placed themselves in a giant sewn suit with balloons on the inside, wandering around a set seemingly inspired by TLC's popular hit show, Hoarders. And you'd think that this is unique to this live stream until you start listening to what they're saying. They are still, even in this sorry state, asking for a galaxy. It never ends. And when they're done, they get out of the suit, they put it in their closet or wherever they keep it, they go downstairs and they have to make themselves a meal and they have to go to bed that night. And this is their job. And I think that's kind of beautiful. So to answer the question, have TikTok live streams gotten better? Have they matured? Yeah, no, they haven't. They absolutely have not.
Why do you guys keep calling me emo? Damn it, Jesus! Quick, get up!
So now that you're as deep in this as I am, why are TikTok live streams so weird? As I was browsing TikTok while working on my viral sound video, I started getting recommended TikTok lives on my For You page. TikTok live is like looking deep into the void and having it maniacally scream back at you. It's like walking through Times Square in New York, but it's an alternate reality and everyone is suffering from acute psychosis, including yourself. And with TikTok making live streaming a money-making opportunity for pretty much anyone that owns a smartphone, it's become the perfect incubator to hatch some of the worst attempts at side hustling I have seen yet. The first discovery I made was a group of people that had figured out a way to commodify sleeping. You know, that weird thing that everyone does where we pass out for 50% of our lives. And this is perfect because that means that TikTok has managed to take control of their greatest rival, going to bed. Ironically, these sleeping streams are not about actually getting sleep, but rather keeping someone awake.
Hello there.
They have an entire menu of donation options for viewers. Meme sound bites that will blast through speakers in their room. So obviously the viewer's job is to donate money to be annoying. But there's a level of performance that is required in order for this TikTok live strategy to work. They will pretend to get angry with people sending donations to them, as if this entire scenario was not constructed of their own free will. What boxes would you have to check for this to be a real situation for someone? Is this even sustainable for someone? The more money you make, the worse it gets. I like to think that they do this every night. And if this is their day job, when they're done with work, do they go to bed? They're already there. You'd have to end your day by popping like 7 Advil. One of my favorite things that I'll notice the chat do is they'll start beckoning people to stop donating and just let the guy sleep. Like they're the stereotypical thugs behind a bar beating the shit out of some innocent person, and one of the guys is like, all right, boys, he's had enough, let's get out of here. And then it's just a live stream of the guy actually looking like he's sleeping, and it's not like he can do anything about it. He's supposed to be sleeping. You also might notice that the donation tiers seem less like a price menu and more like a hieroglyphic Rosetta Stone, and that's because of TikTok's really strange donation system. Twitch and their bits? Get them out of here. YouTube just having it be cash? Fuck you! TikTok has decided to be that guy. The weirdo. The kid that brought in the tuna sandwich to elementary school lunch. Newsflash, you're stinking up the place, man. I didn't fully even understand what they were worth until I researched it, and it's important that you understand this too. Users can use money to purchase coins, and from there they can purchase a variety of wonderful and wacky emojis that they call gifts. This system adds to the absolute insanity of watching a TikTok live stream because some of the gifts have animations that come with them, like a sailboat coming onto the screen or a giant corgi that shakes its ass. Why are you... What? It's like their live streaming department is run by Cocomelon. That's not a good thing. And the value of these gifts can range from very small, such as the rose or ice cream cone worth about a penny, to some extremely expensive ones, such as the TikTok Universe gift, which is $370. It reminds me of slot machines at casinos with their colorful, bright animations meant to make your brain forget that you just gambled away your child's entire college fund.
Thank you, Playboy. Play kitten.
But surely that can't be intentional by design. Now, these sleeping streams are the first of a category of TikTok lives that are weakly attempting to use reverse psychology on people. They're trying to make it as tempting as possible for the viewer to want the exact opposite of what the streamer supposedly is trying to do. And the only way to sabotage the streamer is by sending money to the streamer. Do you get where this is going? So in many ways, it is a net positive for the streamer because I don't think that they care about counting to 1 quintillion. Oh my god. I feel like you would have to be older than the universe itself to be able to be counting to that number. When you enter the stream though, he just so happens to be on that last couple hundred digits. He's almost there. But if you send a corgi, you can entirely reset his clicks, which doesn't seem worth it if you've been counting for that long. But other viewers who want him to complete his task, well, they could just send a fucking heart thing, and then he's just back at the number he was at. I really love the commentary that comes from these streamers because you can tell that they're constantly goading the viewers into being against each other.
Oh my god, Kikalio! Oh! Oh! Anime King! Yeah, boy.
And when he manages to get to that final number and you think he's about to complete his task, he starts counting down.
10, 9,
What are you doing? You're so close. You're almost there.
6, 5. Oh my
No! Now he's got to start from 1.
But of all of these donation baiting streams, my favorite has to be Galaxy Kid.
Stop saying this in the galaxy's the hub. We are not getting a galaxy. No one is gonna.
There's a lot to unpack here. Let's do it. So he's building a house of cards, and the entire time he's like goading the viewers into sending a Galaxy gift, which is worth about $10.
Stop it. We are not getting a galaxy.
This is a lot of energy to be expending over $10. But this live stream does really well. The first time I found him, there was almost 6,000 people watching him do this shit. He's doing everything in his power to make sure that any person that stumbles upon this live stream will hate him in the deepest parts of their soul. He's perfected his tone of voice, so it vibrates at a frequency that activates the rage part of our brain. He is a scientist. The chat is constantly saying, send a galaxy, as he's acting as if he's gonna be publicly executed if he doesn't finish this card tower. He's even got a face filter on that makes it appear as if he was like wearing mascara and he's crying it all off. However, I made a shocking discovery. I recorded this TikTok live in September, but then he was recommended to me in October doing the same thing. And what I noticed is that it's not actually a live stream, it's a fucking video. Here is both of the screen recordings played next to each other. Nice try, Galaxy Kid. Galaxy Kid has been playing 4D chess this entire time. Galaxy Kid. Whenever this dude is looking for some extra cash, he'll just boot up his pre-recorded stream of him losing his mind over a house of cards and then probably just go play Call of Duty or something as the galaxies roll into his bank account. The side hustle of side hustles. There's also a large amount of what I would call donate to play streams. One of these is like Street Fighter, where you've got Donald Trump fighting Barack Obama, with their punching being controlled by how much you donate. Or what appears to be a race between Trump, Biden, Vladimir Putin, and Volodymyr Zelensky. There's even a TikTok live that tries to answer the age-old question from elementary school. Who's better, boys or girls? And let's not forget, boys are blue and girls are pink, the way it's always been. And if you disagree, time to, let's get a mop on aisle 3 for these liberal tears. These all operate as kind of like a money generator that preys upon the divisive nature of politics on the internet, or just anyone arguing on the internet. As if someone watching is like, holy crap, if I can make Trump punch the shit out of Biden, then they'll make him president. Now, before we keep looking at these terrible TikTok lives, I actually have some breaking news today. This video is sponsored by our friends at Rhino Shield. Hi, I'm Doug Pistol with TED News. Bill?
Thanks, Doug. The rumors are true, and everybody's been talking about it. Rhino Shield cannot stop making these incredibly protective and customizable phone cases and accessories. They're so obsessed with doing this, it's getting kind of creepy. People are saying that Rhino Shield has an endless amount of customization options, with different case styles, colors, and thousands of print designs. It's honestly making me sick to my stomach thinking about this level of customization. Greg?
Thanks, Bill. Now, I'm getting word that Rhino Shield has managed to create an incredible level of protection with their phone cases, especially when paired with their screen protector. And with their new phone grip, the number of people dropping phones on their faces has begun to plummet. Doug? Thanks, Greg. Now, I'm being told by our producers that Rhino Shield has a lifetime warranty with free replacements, and Rhino Shield currently, right now, is having a biggest sale of the year Black Friday sale with up to 60% off. That's that. I'm also being told that if you use code TED, you can get an extra 10% off in addition to those Black Friday sales. What are you saying? The link is in the description. Now let's get back to our scheduled broadcast. TikTok also has their fair share of prophets and psychics, clairvoyants, prognosticators. Sounds like something you'd stick up your ass. The first psychic I ran into was this woman who's using 2 metal rods to answer questions from the people in her chat. I don't know if she's supposed to be speaking to ghosts or something. All someone has to do is send their name and their question, and she will have an answer for you immediately.
Will Tamaya ever be successful? Let her know. You have to put some time and effort into it, but it is a yes for that, my love. Nothing is impossible.
What? She is slamming through predictions. She's got the ghosts in some sort of extortion situation, because they are working hard for this TikTok live stream. People are also asking some crazy questions, too. Will Tracy get the pardon? Will my son's father come back home today? Will my tax return be here this month? Is Emmanuel cheating on me? You're gonna go to a psychic on TikTok to ask that? please leave that relationship. You got these psychics that don't even show up on camera. She's got like a glorified magic 8-ball in order to answer the questions. And this is how that device works.
It's a no for you, my darling.
I don't know if the people viewing this stream have heard of magnets, but when they do, they're gonna lose their mind. They don't take the magnet's word for it entirely, though. They add a little bit of pizzazz into the mix.
Soft yes. Soft yes.
A soft yes? Where are we getting that from? That is yes in caps. Seems pretty cut and dry to me. Another stream seems like they're trying not to get sued by clarifying no pregnancy or health questions. That's a good move. Because if I was pregnant and I asked if the baby was going to be born with health problems or not, and I got the answer, you decide, I would be a bit confused. But you know someone is probably going to ask a question like, is it my fault that dad left? And it's going to land on probably, and it's going to fuck them up for the rest of their lives. The best TikTok live psychic, though, is this woman claiming that she will bring her viewers messages from heaven. God, that's beautiful. That's a really good sentiment. I'm really happy that she's doing that. She got 30% of the text on there wrong. Unlike the other TikTok psychics who are just slamming through predictions, this woman is only willing to do readings for people that are her top gifter. And she makes that incredibly clear.
I can't have all spirits coming through, so you need to show respect by getting up on my gifter list 1,000 coins. Please show love. Thank you for the flower. Once you're at 1,000 coins, you get on my list. I will communicate with you. Please become a top gifter to win a 2-hour mediumship in private with me, which is $250. So try to win it.
She's all business. So I sat in for one of these readings. It was pretty much exactly what I expected.
Okay. Communication. I'm seeing a man. This is your grandfather coming through. Your grandfather is showing me he's there watching you. He wants you to take better care of yourself, okay? You're going through a lot of turmoil in a relationship right now. Or a relationship you're in right now is very toxic.
You're in a toxic relationship? This is something that grandpa is saying? Someone's grandpa does not care about a toxic relationship. They probably don't even know what it is. Those fuckers were getting married at 18 and staying married for 62 years until they died. But all of a sudden, this grandfather's talking like a BuzzFeed article written by a millennial in Brooklyn. Yep, I fought in the war. I was at Iwo Jima. Slit a guy's stomach open with a bayonet. America had such a toxic relationship with the Japanese Empire back then.
Now, when I feel about how your grandfather passed away, I am feeling something in the throat down to the chest.
The chest?
I feel that this passing was probably from the heart.
Oh, you mean like heart disease, the leading cause of death in America.
If you're a non-believer, please leave. Thank you for all the gifts, guys. I appreciate it. Ignore the haters, please. It's just jealousy.
Of what? That people's family members are dead? Or that you're making money off of their grief? There's a strange level of dystopia from someone saying that they can speak to their dead relatives on the internet while simultaneously thanking the viewers for putting a baseball cap on their head.
Thank you for the baseball hats. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are doing your cousin.
I think of all of these TikTok live categories, though, my favorite has to be what I can only describe as the big phone genre.
Thank you, my lovely. Have a wonderful day, my anime editor.
Because that's exactly what it is. There's a woman with a massive Android phone, and she's got a pointer, and this is all she does.
My top one, let me see you now. Who is going to be the next one, guys? Always remember.
They're speaking as if they're running an auction. What are they selling? And she's asking the chat if they want to be a star, like she's going to make them famous.
If you want to be famous, are you ready to be a star?
How does she make people stars? Well, she'll visit your profile and just like a bunch of your TikToks. Initially, I thought this woman was the only person doing this and that she was unique in this type of live stream until I kept running into more and more TikTok lives of women in office cubicles with giant Android phones. What is going on in these TikTok lives? With the microphone and the fucking pointer stick. Who's going to these live streams on a regular basis? Is anyone doing that? Oh, I gotta catch up and see what they're doing on the big phone. Where are they even getting these giant Android phones from? I want one. I'm not even the one operating the giant phone, and watching this, I'm stressed out for them. Is there something going on here? Do you have a surgically implanted bomb in your neck? Why are you doing this? We know that TikTok itself has an algorithm that's designed to keep users in its app for as long as humanly possible. But it seems that users have discovered that within their live streams, they too can create a system in which they can rope users into watching the most bottom of the barrel content. Whether that's taking advantage of their anxiety and questions about life, handling their grief, or figuring out once and for all that boys are better than girls. Because girls pee blood and boys Well, they peak garlic aioli. And if you like this video, Galaxy guys, please send me a Galaxy. My rent is due tomorrow and my landlord owns a gun. Everything that you've ever known about pizza is wrong. We all know what pizza is, the delicious flatbread with cheese and toppings that comes in a variety of forms and flavors. We all remember the coveted pizza party in elementary school where we'd get a slice so damn thin that you'd think that we're rationing out food in a post-apocalyptic Chuck E. Cheese. That was also the moment that we learned that God is indeed real. He just thinks it's funny when we're sad. It was one of the greatest culinary inventions in modern history that basically put Italy on the map. Because let's be honest with ourselves here, there's no way that you thought a country shaped like a boot worn by white Anglo-Saxon horse girls in autumn was real. But what if I told you that the true history of pizza had been, would initially assume that pizza found its origins in ancient Italy, but you'd be surprised to hear that it goes much further back than that to the ancient Babylonians. This revelation came with the discovery of an ancient Babylonian recipe book in the form of a clay tablet because, and this may come as a surprise to many of you, they did not have staples. That kind of blew my mind when I found that out. What the fuck? Amongst your regular recipes of meat and vegetarian dishes, it also speaks of a particular recipe with a flatbread with vegetable toppings on it. Sound familiar? Ancient pizza. What makes this finding even more interesting is that the Babylonians were famously known for their developments in math and science. In other words, they were a bunch of ancient crusty nerds. Due to a lack of them having no friends and being a bunch of fucking dorks, they calculated the area of a circle by taking 3 times the square of its radius, which gave a value of pi, or close to it. Yeah, that's right. Pi. We're talking 3.141592653537932267950288419717499445. But why do you think they call it pi? That stands for pizza pie. The ancient inventors of pizza also invented circles. Unfortunately, after the Persian king Cyrus the Great conquered Babylon, the development of the pizza that we know today was almost halted because for some reason the guy just didn't like flatbreads. Now let's talk about Little Caesar. One of the most influential people in the history of pizza was born in 70 BCE as none other than the son of Julius Caesar, Caesar II. Many historians think that Julius Caesar only had one son, but a seasoned pizza scholar like myself knows that that's not the truth. And those other historians can actually go huff paint. Caesar had this child with a woman named Octavia, but he wasn't married to her, which is bad. Drama, deceit, adultery. This child was a bastard. And what makes matters worse is that when Octavia was pregnant with Caesar II, she got attacked by a bear, so he came out real small. And we're talking like really short. This guy was 4'11" at best. When you're really short and nobody talks to you because your dad doesn't love you, you do things to mask the pain. This was Little Caesar's situation. The dude was miserable, but that caused him to discover something that had been lost for many years. Little tiny Caesar was the first person to put toppings on focaccia bread, making it a trend with the local village. And let me tell you, they loved him. He was having a lot of sex, and the power of this early pizza was spreading through the Roman Republic like a wildfire, as well as the ideas of freedom and individuality that pizza often promotes. Unfortunately, this was around the same time that his father Julius Caesar had declared himself dictator for life of the Roman Republic, who just so happened to not be a fan of those themes. One day, as Little Caesar was enjoying his focaccia bread with toppings on it, he was ambushed by a group of anti-pizza Caesar thugs who just beat the crap out of him. They beat him so bad that historians think that he may have gotten brain damage because the only recorded thing that he said after this event was pizza, pizza. From that moment on, Little Caesar was exiled from society by his own father, which is super rude and not cool. And only devout followers of Little Caesar would take on the way of the pizza through secret underground apprenticeships. Once again, it seemed like the way of the pizza could go extinct, which is tragic. That is, of course, until the pizza explosion. Little Caesar, with his limited vocabulary, passed down his pizza recipe for hundreds of years, with each apprentice adding their own little jazz to the mix, their own little spice, if you will. People added tomatoes, they added cheese. It was becoming more complicated, more scientific. Italy was suddenly a booming paradise of pizza technology, pizza diversity. It was a beautiful time to be alive, and people often like to call it the Renaissance. Personally, I wouldn't have called this period of time
the Renaissance. I think that's a stupid name. I would have called it Pizza Time. Italy's got a pizza and it's in your oven. Italy's cooking up something real good. Pizzaville, and the Pope is there too. And after this period of time, pizza spread throughout the world. People were eating it in Moscow, doing the little Moscow dance that the Russians do. Look at them go. People were eating it in China with those cats from the PBS show that I saw when I was a kid. And if they weren't eating pizza, they wouldn't have built the Great Wall of China because they wouldn't have had the strength. And of course, pizza found its way to sail on the open seas, which is where we run into Pizza Beard. With the discovery of the New World also came the discovery of great economic prosperity on the high seas. And of course with this came pirates. There are legends of a great pirate by the name of Giovanni Lufacci, who was the captain of a ship called the Doughboy's Embrace. However, like the fate of many pirates when they set out onto the open seas, him and his crew fell ill to scurvy. If you don't know what scurvy is, it's when you don't have enough vitamin C and then your teeth fall out. Just when it seemed like everything was lost though, Giovanni had the intuition to put limes as a topping on the ship's supply of pizza, saving the crew and giving him the title Pizza Beard. Pizza Beard and his pizza crew went on to fight many battles of legend, ending only with Pizza Beard being hanged for punching a kid. He was actually hung by his own crew because in terms of piracy, that's where they draw the line. Punching kids. Hundreds of years later, many pizza artisans, much like Pizza Beard, went on to seek their fortune in the land of opportunity. This, of course, leads us to... Oh, where am I? I'm lost in the big city. Just kidding, I know exactly where I am. I'm in the home of New York-style pizza. Characterized by large, hand-tossed thin crust and sold in big slices for the city that never sleeps, this is a good slice. What historians don't tell you, though, is this pizza style's connection with the famous 5 families of the Italian-American organized crime scene. You've got the Maranzanos, the Profacci, the Manganos, the Lucianos, and the fucking Gaglianos. But what they don't talk about is the Mozzarellos, the 6th family in the Italian-American organized crime scene. Don't believe me? Don't look it up. The Mozzarella family was founded by Antonio Prosciutto Vaffanculo Mozzarella, but his friends like to call him Tony. His enemies, however, they call him the Grease, and I don't know why. So similar to how many organized crime syndicates engage in loan sharking, the Mozzarellos followed a similar model, except that in their case, they called it pasta sharking. They pretty much controlled the pizza economy in New York by having a stranglehold on the pizza sauce imports into the city, and then selling it back to the pizza shops at exorbitant rates. Talk about cool but rude. Obviously this was not good for the city of New York or New York style pizza. I mean, the Mozzarellas were fucking everything up, making pizza more expensive. Pizza should be cheap and cheesy, all right? And don't take it from me, take it from Socrates, because he's the one who said that. So one day, Joe Lombardi, son of Ginevra Lombardi, who founded the very first pizza shop in the United States, founded the Staten Island Dough Tosser Book Club. This was a team made up of the best pizza makers in New York City. You've got Joe Lombardi, Vito Pastigliano, Giorno Salami, Carmine Gabagool, and Tony Doorbell. These guys were some of the toughest pizza makers in New York City, and they were sick of Mozzarellos, Schizzarello, let me tell you. Why was it called a book club, you may ask? Nobody ever checks what's going on in a book club, because nobody cares. What happens next is Joe Lombardi and his crew of dough tossers burst into the Mozzarella headquarters and they kill Antonio Prosciutto Vaffanculo Mozzarella. But not before giving him one final slice of New York City. But this time, the sauce was the blood of his beloved cat, Bologna. After that, the Mozzarella family was dissolved and pizza in New York City thrived like never before. Also, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are real because pizza is real. Whatever. Let's talk about... Chicago, land of miserable winters, and the Cubs, a baseball team that took more than a century to win the World Series a 3rd time. But there's more to Chicago than misery and pain because this place is the birthplace of deep dish pizza. Just kidding. This too was brought by the misery and pain that is the city of Chicago. During the winter of 1940, one of the most terrible blizzards hit the city of Chicago in what was called the Armistice Day Blizzard, but what I will be recalling and renaming the Deep Dish Day Blizzard. Put it in the history books.
Please, history book companies, answer my calls, because I got a lot of information you guys are fucking up. This blizzard was so intense that it knocked out power for the entire city of Chicago, and major supply lines in were cut off by snowdrift. The bitter cold got so bad that people were forced to descend into the Chicago Grand Catacombs, which are very similar to the Paris catacombs, almost identical. And the reason for that is because of a dimensional shift that happened in 1912. This one's gonna be kind of hard to explain, so please, for the love of God, just bear with me. Basically, in 1912, our reality of Chicago received the catacombs from another reality in which Paris was Chicago and Chicago was Paris. Are you with me here? Imagine the Eiffel Tower, but then Lake Michigan is behind it. That's the other reality. And then imagine France, but they have the Cubs. From what we know, that's the only thing that's different. This is called Dimension 1C. Two prominent leaders of the survival effort within these catacombs was Rudy Malnati and Ike Sewell. And these guys had the idea to search for any food and water that they could find within the catacombs. What they ended up finding was an ancient pizza shop that, upon closer inspection by archaeologists in later years, turns out to be the burial site of an apprentice of Little Caesar from Dimension 1C. But in that dimension, his name was Big Caesar. And what they managed to find was strangely well-preserved cheese, tomatoes, and flour that just so happened to be perfect for making a slice. It's unsure of who had a more significant hand in the process, but Rudy and Ike worked together to develop a pizza that had a deeper crust that made it easier for the survivors in the catacombs to go longer without starving. After this event, Rudy and Ike went on to start their very own pizza chains, Domino's Pizza and Pizza Hut. But who truly invented the deep dish pizza still remains a mystery. Don't believe me? Just listen what local Chicago pizza expert Edward Burbank has to say about this.
Hey, Ted, I read this paper you prepared for me, and I have to say, other than the fact that there's a bit of a dispute whether Rudy Malnati or Ike Sewell invented deep dish, I really don't know what the rest of this is. I've never even heard of it, and I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. I mean, I don't really know where any of this information even came from. What is this I'm reading about the Chicago catacombs?
All right, Eddie, that's enough out of you. Always joking around. He's a joker. Nah, he's funny. He's a funny fucking guy. He barely ever tells the truth. Unlike me, of course, I always tell the truth. Overall, this was probably one of the stranger situations that had ever happened in the history of pizza. That is, of course, until the year was 1975, and Navy scientists were doing research on these ancient tablets that were found within the lava of the volcanoes of Hawaii. What these tablets depicted was the process of putting ham and pineapple on what could only be determined to be pizza. That looks like a pizza to me. Radioactive dating determined that these tablets were more than 10,000 years old. Given their supernatural nature, the scientists were advised by higher-ups to avoid completing the recipe that is depicted on the tablets. But a rebellious researcher by the name of Samuel Charmander, that's his real name, decided one fateful night that he didn't give a shit and he was going to complete the recipe himself. Alright, so here's basically what happened. Pizza. Looks yummy. I want that in my belly. He adds ham and pineapple to the pizza. Probably a poor choice. He bakes it in the oven. And as you can tell by that glow, it's looking a little suspicious. Finally, he takes a bite of the pizza. Hell portal. We don't like Samuel Charmander because he kind of fucked things for a little bit. Volcanoes getting ready to erupt. The fucking kaijus are coming out of the ocean from Pacific Rim, the movie. And this wasn't just any normal hell portal, okay? This was a Class 7 Omega hell portal, okay? Which means you've got green goblins, greener than you've ever seen, swift, fast rats. They're quick on their feet. Oompa Loompas, but they're blue, and they're carrying a boombox that's blasting 21 pilots, which is just a pain in the ass. An ugly guy named Gorgonzola, and he's really rude. Oiled and slippery old men. And I know you wouldn't believe it, but that's a demon. Flashcards, lots of them, and you don't know any of the answers. Fat cactus. Look at the size of that thing. Just the sentence teeming with life on a Minecraft sign. I don't even get this one. Mutilated monkey meat. Just a pile of mutilated monkey. You've got real dense birds that fly into windows. Washing machine, but everything comes out smelling like mildew. You've got Superman, except he just doesn't feel like it, you know? Cum gun. We all know that's an issue. As you can tell, this was a pretty serious situation and it almost sunk the entire island of Hawaii. However, thanks to the technology that was available in 1975, these Navy scientists were able to unbake the pizza using a device called a Nevo, which does quite literally the opposite of the oven. It unbakes the pizza. This indeed is the closest that we've ever gotten to facing the otherworldly and supernatural reality of pizza. That is, of course, if we weren't talking about... This one's pretty dang simple. You deserve to know the truth. We do not know where pepperoni comes from. We don't know. I tried to figure it out. It's from another dimension, a dimension where everything is made of pepperoni. But let me tell you, we can't get there. We can't get there anymore, though. I don't know. There's something about. It was a portal, and it was there. The pepperoni dimension was there. I would have loved this. They blew it up. Oh God. The pepperoni separatists, they blew it up. They blew up the pepperoni portal, and we can't get there. We can't get to the pepperoni land. They took it away from me. They took the dimension. So there you have it, folks. There you have it. And we can't get back there, all right? Because the pepperoni separatists, they destroyed it. Something about Molotov cocktails and C4. I mean, come on. Overkill. Pepperoni will be the next resource war, before the water wars, before the oil wars,